peace and love, everybody. It's Saturday. Thank y'all for coming and joining us. I am Sister Freedom, and this should be interesting.
Yes. That's happy Saturday.
Happy Saturday. Peace and love, everyone. It's Dulcinea.
And we are waiting for Niche to come in. She sent a message that she would be a few minutes late. But we got Zinnah finally in the house. It's his show, and he great set the record straight, y'all. Okay, Zinnah, go ahead and introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about yourself, and tell us why you feel as though that this particular stream is important.
Okay, that was a good start. By way of introduction, I'm Zinnah D. Doa. Was born and raised in Liberia. Came to America about 14 years ago. Joined the military, did 8 years, got out, and now I'm a truck driver. And I did a lot of research, a lot of reading on my own. I was in college, but I didn't complete. I will go back to get my degree later on. But I did a lot of self development, like when it comes to my root African history and war history in general. So today it's gonna be very interesting. And we're gonna dive into a lot of different spectrum. Some of the points that I've always made when I come on this platform are I'm a strong believer that blacks Americans are descendants of Africans. I said that before. I'm saying this today, and I will provide countless information, references. Actually, I'm not the one presenting these. I'm just like a vessel. Because these things have been said for years, for decades. So I'm very happy that you guys gave me the opportunity to come up here and discuss these things. And just to point something out real quick, this is a tough discussion. So when you come up with this type of topic, you gotta have some real thick skin.
Yes, and we
so,
also need you to talk just a little louder to make sure everybody can hear you, honey.
oh, okay, yeah. So as I was saying, this is a very important discussion, and with the gravity that this discussion comes with, I will advise that we do have a thick skin to
Hmm.
sit in the seat and try to defend Africans uh, being the ancestors of blacks American. It requires a lot of research. And you, on the other hand, trying to dispute that, it also comes with a lot of work. So, so let's get it started. The
Okay. So you believe you're defending Africa or you are defending
He
the
believes
yeah,
whole.
everybody came from Africa.
I'm
Africa is the motherland. That's what he's
yes,
saying.
yes.
Can I
I'm
just
here to brief.
say, Zena, one second, 1 second. I just want to say peace to the chat and to the family. Thank y'all for coming in. Um, Zeno already is popping, please, talking about he coming in with mad information. He ain't got no sources. I tried to warn bro. I said, bro, listen, you come on, say what you gotta say, or love. You know what I mean? Have some sources if you want. He said he doesn't want that to be that kind of conversation for tonight. He just wants to talk to us, and then he'll do a presentation at a later date. You know what I'm saying? So he's just trying to pop a cop a plea right now, y'all. All right, so
I
we
ain't
won't.
gonna laugh.
Yeah, we already kind of gave him this work a little bit before, but yeah, we just gonna let him have the floor. But real honestly, Zena, I do want to say, what I do appreciate is that you have the courage to even and just to say what it is that you want to say from your point of view. You know, knowing that you might be the underdog in a situation, right? I can only respect that. I like people that have courage and that have heart, even when they're facing or when they're in front of a group that may not rock with what they're saying. You know what I mean?
Facts.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're gonna drop the link after Zinnah gets talk to us and tell us about where, I guess since he believes we're all from Africa, let him get in, and then we'll drop the link, and you guys can definitely come up here and ask him
Yeah,
some
'cause
questions.
he suggested it. He really did. He was like, he wanted to be an open panel. He wants people to ask him questions.
Right. He wants people to ask him questions and stuff like that.
But I want to ask the first question. Okay. Zinnah, when you were small, you said that you have proof that you have some family members from where? Liberia or Ghana that was allegedly on this slave voyage.
The idea of slavery from my root is like a oral history, like
Okay, it's only by
one,
mouth.
yeah, by mouth,
By mouth.
by
Okay.
mouth.
And then from
My
family members or from just people in general talking? Because the only reason I'm asking that is because I've always wondered if we here are descendants of Africa while we have none of the, we don't eat, we don't eat the same. We don't sing, we definitely don't sing the same. We don't have certain things that we don't have the same. And you would think that if we were from Africa, we would have had something brought down from Africa that would have been the same, that we would still be doing now. But you saying it's from your family that you got this information, right?
no, I think the question was being. I thought the question was specific as to my root in connection to slavery. My
Mm-hmm.
idea of us being uh, blacks American being Africans, that's just like a general war history. There's history out there about it, and I would delve deep into that a little bit more. But I'm talking about being specific, not just me. My root can be traced back into slavery. But that is like an oral discussion between the oral history between I and my family. Like my grandpa Pop says that he was a paramount chief. He had a lot of people working with him. He got his own village, and those villages, the slaves were taken from those villages. That's like family history among ourselves.
So do you think it's fair? This is my last question. Do you think it's fair that we look for our so-called family in Africa, but y'all don't look for us?
Yeah, that's a fair question.
If you truly believe that that's what particularly took place, at least over in America, 'cause I don't even know where y'all would be really looking, because there's so many different places supposedly the slave trade went to. So where actually would you be looking?
Uh, Before we get to the questioning, I had like a little thing I wanted to present, if you don't mind.
Oh,
If
what?
yeah, I got a little like an overview of the discussion. I wanted to present the overview of the entire discussion. Then we can you can start putting your
Okay,
questions.
not a problem. Are you
This
sending something you want me to put up, or you just
no,
going to talk
I
it?
would just yeah, I got talking points.
Okay,
I would just
okay,
go
not a
by
problem.
by my talking points. And even though I said I'm not gonna do the slides and references, but my talking points, I will point out some things that anybody think I'm misleading them, they can look up. Because now the internet is nowhere to lie these days. So like when you're trying to make references, I will provide some references verbally during my overview. So primarily today I'll be
You
providing.
talk up louder, because it's already that people might have a little
Okay,
difficulty in understanding how your accent. So
all right.
please, okay.
I don't know if that's my headphone. I don't know, but I'll be trying to provide the connection between Blacks American and African in general. How do we connect? I'll provide a connection that shows Africans, that show Blacks American as African before slavery or during slavery, and then I'll also give you guys another talking point on how we even connect more after slavery. So throughout history, the historical connection between Blacks American and African is well written. and can be verified through countless sources and forms of evidence. We can trace that can be traced in a lot of different historical records. Like for example, the Atlantic slave trade. We started between the 16th century to the 19th century. During that period, it was recorded that Africans in the millions were forcibly captured and sold and transported across the Atlantic Ocean. I think we all may have heard that. We all probably tracking that there was something called the Atlantic slave trade. Those were Africans being sold and captured. Actually, they were being captured first because back in the day, like for Sierra Leone, at a certain point of slave, at a certain point during slavery, when the slave masters go to Sierra Leone, they used to go like slave hunting. They go hunt for Africans in Sierra Leone, and when they get them, sell them, and they get transported overseas. That's deeply discussed in the Atlantic slave trade. In another, some of the primary, one of the primary sources that you can look at as per that record is, let me see if my memory serves me right, is the transatlantic slave trade database. If you Google transatlantic slave trade database, it explains in details about how Africans were forcibly captured, how they went overseas, and they get used to create wealth for other people. And there's another document that also discusses that, like the Middle Passage. The Middle Passage is a document that speaks about the horrifying experience. Yeah, I want to believe that some of you guys may have heard that. The horrifying experience was during slavery when our people were being captured and brought overseas. What they went through in the boat, those are some of the horrifying experience. To the extent that some of them even lose their life. So when you look up the passage, the Middle Passage, it speaks a lot about the experience of our people. That in the Middle Passage. Also, and when you look at the Middle Passage, there's a book that was written by a guy called, I don't know what his name was. Well, I think he was his name will come to mind later on. But he documented the atrocities, the experience that people went through when they were being transported. There's a book reading about it, and the book is called. Momentarily, some of these things will come to mind. So let me just give the better overview. As per the genetic aspect, because we know besides the transatlantic, besides the Middle Passage, those documents talk about slaves coming to America from the 16th century to the 19th century. People can still trace African back home based on the DNA and genetics. So that's another way that can be traced. These are things that were all happening before the abolition of slavery, mostly during the transatlantic. So if Africans were being taken from Africa during the 16th century up to the 19th century, that speaks volume about their root. So they keep that in mind. And then also genetics can be traced. Genetically, Black Americans can be traced back to Africa. Some of you guys may have heard that there are some celebrities in America here that trace their root, and some of them to Liberia, Niger, Sierra Leone, and so forth. Those are just all evidence. So if you are not a descendant of, let's say, Liberia, for example, while we are genetic or traced to Liberia, but I'm not a big fan of genetics, to be honest. I'm not a big fan of genetics. I deeply look at the root and the records, the primary sources and the record. That's what I look at. Because genetics, I mean, some people still question that. And since I'm not an expert when it comes to that, I don't really do it. I don't dwell on that. So I'm not trying to authenticate Black American being Africans based on genetics. I'm not trying to also invalidate that. Just want to point that out. There was another book written by, actually, this is like a scholarly article written by a bunch of scholars. And they speak of, let me see.
But you don't think that somebody would rather take your word of your family versus something in a book?
Yeah, somebody could do that.
Because right now, you quoting different books, but I was wondering if you just had information from your family that they know of anybody in their family that that was went over on the slave and where'd they go?
Yeah, yeah. After my family, I don't. I know my family got like a clean record of, well, like I mentioned earlier, going back to my ancestors back all the way further, and then the indigenous Liberian would probably tell you the same thing too, because oral history plays a very key role back in Africa. It plays a very key role in Africa.
Now, I want
So
to ask a question. I want to ask a question,
yes,
Zena, and I really do. I know this is a conversation, but it's kind of hard to follow, like follow what you're saying. Like I'm trying to process like your
okay.
points and trying to understand. I know you mentioned something about it. You started with um, you wanted to show the connection between, I guess, Black Americans and Africans, and then you started with the history of slavery, correct?
Yes.
Right. And slavery happened when? Around what century?
Uh, they have they have different dates. It's just based on
No, just give me a date.
on the expertise. I
Huh?
would go off the date of I would mention one of my scholar or Dr. Clark Anderson. He said that slavery
No,
started
no,
in
no,
1400.
Zena. It's a simple question. Let's stick to the question. Okay. Just tell me, what century did slavery start? The transporting of human bodies, the story that you just told, right? You started the history of Black Americans with slavery, which is wild, right? Because my follow-up question to you, and I know we talked about this already, and I do wish that you had a source versus just us talking, you know what I mean? But
Mm-hmm.
it's wild because what you're saying is that the history of Black Americans started during the slave trade in the 1400s, right? So let's
Right.
go back further than that because that's not our contention. Let's talk about centuries before then, right? Let's get to like the origins of human civilization, or let's get into like archaeological evidence that shows that people, melanated human beings, were alive, right? In the Americas, in Africa, simultaneously. You're starting the story in the 1400s, bro, right? And even that story that you're starting in the 1400s is a little bit suspect for a number of
He
reasons.
said 16. He said 16 dots.
Oh, you said
Mm-hmm.
he's at the 16. Yes,
16 to
we're
the 19s.
having a
He said
conversation that's kind of getting lost in space. We need to have a sticking point. So, my question to you is, if I walk this line with you, you mentioned that a lot of history is passed down through oral history. It's not necessarily written down, stories are told, right? It's passed down from the elder to the younger. Correct, Zena?
Yes.
Okay. In your family line, right? Was any story ever passed down to you about the Africans, about your people, your direct family members that were taken? And I know you're from Liberia, so it might be a little bit different, the history, but anywhere in your family history, was there ever any story about long lost family members being sold and shipped across the waters to the Americas? Did that story ever get told to you?
Yes, that's what has been told to me.
Speak up, I can't hear you.
that's all
Yes,
the
that story has been told to me.
What was the story, Zena?
The
Do
story
you
was
mind sharing?
they. It was like my dad telling me something that his dad told him. My dad lived, he was like close to 80, and then his dad lived more than 100 years. So the information he got from him, the root of my story, it goes far back into my parents, my great great grandparents having their own village, and then my immediate great great grandparents being the overseer of that village. So in that village, my great great grandparents being the overseer of that village, they control like the people at the lower level of that village.
So did were they involved in selling people as slaves? Because that happened too, right? We know that there's a number. We know that there's been this is proven. This is a fact, right? That in order for any colonizer or foreigner to be able to navigate the oceans and the landscape of West Africa, a place that they have really no knowledge of, for them to go inland and kidnap people and murder people and rape people and take them out the bush, they need help. And they would need help, right, from the African people that were there. So does that mean because your family were the overseers and were they a part of that story? Did they help sell their brother and sister as slaves to be shipped across the Americas?
No, I wouldn't say they helped sold Africans as slaves to the Americans. They didn't tell me that. This is how the story went.
Yeah, tell me the story.
Let me go a little bit even further. During the 13th century, a historian called Dr. Clark Anderson, he got so many videos, books, Powernomics, all on YouTube and on Amazon. He mentioned that there were some guys that some Europeans went to Egypt. I'm just paraphrasing the story to make it very short. They went to Egypt, let's say Africa in general. On their way back to Europe, they were given about 6 Africans to serve as servant for them. So I'm saying it to say that in Africa, back then, when the Europeans go to Africa, I'm of the conviction based on history that Africans were giving Africans to Europeans, but not on the basis of selling them to them. Not on that basis. It's like I'm like a paramount chief. My great granddad being a paramount chief in the village called Semambu. He controlled the whole village. If you next door or somebody that has close ties with me needs some help in your village or in your territory, I can provide men from my village to go help him out. It's like an African thing. even up to the 80s, my uncle had more than 15 kids live with him. He just supported them. So
But
it's an
you
African thing to have.
Zinnah, I don't mean to interrupt you, but you romancing it again. And the situation is Zinnah, listen to what you're saying. You saying that your great
He didn't answer my question. I'm sorry. I don't want you to let him get off that question because I was very specific in my question. My question, I'll repeat it. 1 second, Freedom. I repeat it. I don't want him to walk away from that. My question initially was, since you know, a lot of African societies, their history is passed down orally, and then the story of the slave trade, I wanted to know if in his family, right?
The first question.
He said yes. Hold on. He said yes, that he was told the story. So I asked him, please tell me the story. I want to know, what did they say? Who was your family members that was sold as slaves to go across the Atlantic to the Americas?
Okay.
We're still waiting for that answer.
Okay, ask them that. But go ahead.
There were no record being kept of a particular family member that was sold into slavery. There was no record being set.
And, you saying records, or you saying it was passed down orally, right, Zinnah?
No, what I'm saying is that if someone comes to my village and I'm giving them a couple of my servants to go work for them, it wasn't something that I had a ledger. I got to go read that down. We got John.
No, we're not talking about ledgers, Zinnah. You said specifically it's passed down within your family that someone was sold into slavery. I guess Sister Freedom asked it and Dots asked it. So we want to get that specific story. We don't care about another person in your village. We want you to substantiate that you're saying your family member told you orally that a family member was taken in to slavery. So if you could give us more details of what that family member said, who that family member was, and who they said the family member that was taken, and where.
I don't even know the name of the family member that was taken because it been more than.
You can give us in the relations and who told you the story and everything like that. That's fine. We don't need the name.
My dad discussed that with me, and even my dad told me that. And usually we take stories from the elderly, the older people, because they have lived long enough to be able to retrospect on what happened in the past and relay that to us. So my dad told me that. My auntie, who lived more than 100 years, probably 127 years, she told me that. So, and I'm very fortunate enough. I'm from a family that our people live really, really long. So that's how the story came about, from aunties that have lived long, from dad, from grandparents who could recount what happened during slavery based on what their parents told them. But mind you, I didn't learn the history of slavery based on what my parents said. They told me that just so I could know that slave can be traced back within my family. But that wasn't the primary source of me knowing that slavery did exist or black people
Right, but we're
existed.
not. I'm not talking about the slave. I'm not talking about the slavery, the type of like class tribalism that goes on in certain parts of Africa, where you're born into a slave group, or you're born as a slave, or you're taken as a slave. I'm talking because this is what you mentioned, right? You mentioned the Atlantic slave trade. So I'm making you be specific for a reason, and you're dancing around it. If I want to, we're talking about the Atlantic slave trade to the Americas, not tribal war, not people loaning out their servants, as you so nicely said, not people overseas on the land. I'm talking specifically about your family that was captured as slaves, put on a boat, and then was shipped across the Atlantic to the Americas. That's the slavery I'm talking about, because that's what you mentioned.
The issue with my family being descendants of slaves from Africa, I don't know if it is tied to the Atlantic slave trade. It may have been during that period because references shows that the
Okay,
Atlantic
so
slave
the
trade
answer
started
is no.
within the six.
The answer is no. Okay, thank you, Zinnah.
Well,
Thank
this, well, let me just, because I don't want to forget what I was about to say. That would have, okay. If you know, you told us before on another show that your
Yes,
family member that you had a family member that was on the slave trade. You do know that you told us that before, but I
yes,
was going to say this. Wait a minute. That whatever family member you had, their kids that came over, because first was your great somebody's grandfather. Where was their children born? If they were taken from Africa and brought to America and to the Americas, I don't know how you would know that they brought to the Americas or Jamaica or wherever they was dropping off these so-called allegedly slaves. What I'm saying to you is their kids would have been born in America, right?
yes, America or wherever they were taken.
Well, how did yeah, if you're saying that they were taken from America and their kids was born here in America, how did they end up back for you to be back in Liberia?
How did
I
I?
mean, because you're talking about hundreds of years. You
Yes,
went from the 16th century, from the 1600s. Now, when slavery was over, couple hundred years done went by.
the premise I was trying to
We talking
set
about
was
great,
that
great, great, great greats. We talking about a few greats.
yeah, but it was a great that came prior to the abolition of slavery. Let me provide a clearer context. What I'm trying to say is that if 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 blacks American, if we can prove that blacks American came from Africa to the
So
Americas,
you say that, Zena, you're trying to say that there was nobody here of color
no,
prior to the slave trade. That's how you making it. That's what Doc was saying. You're saying that America's people of color started with with the Atlantic slave trade. That's what you're saying.
I didn't say holistic that. I'm not saying that. I'm trying to first of all establish the fact that there were blacks there were African that came from Africa, mostly West Africa and Central Africa, to the Americas. If that fact can be established, then now we're going to discuss the abolition of slavery. When slavery ended, what happened next? But if we cannot establish Africans coming from Africa, that means slavery didn't exist. So
No, what
that's
that means is well. Okay, so let's go with that. Let's go with that train of thought. Let's walk with that. And so let's walk with that. Okay. So now, those who are melanated, that's over here in the Americas, no matter if it was for 100 years, 200 years, 300 years, 500 years, that they came from Africa. How would they be able to locate their family in Africa? What would be the best way for them to do that? For them to say, I know that I am African because I have X, Y, and Z here. What steps could they take to do that, to find out who their family is in Africa?
I think by default that question falls on your face just from asking it. There was during slavery. Slavery wasn't propagated in a context where you can trace your people back. slavery was meant to divide, take your language, divide us, take us away from our people, make us to lose our historical route. So by default, how can we then be able to trace our family directly back to Africa? That's impossible.
Okay, so
So
I'm
let
gonna
me
Well,
ask.
hold on,
let me
Zinnah,
clarify something
because
real
I
quick.
have to go soon. But that's not impossible because the genetics that you keep mentioning, that a lot of Africans keep mentioning, as far as that is the goal for Black Americans to know that they're from Africa because they can go and turn to these genetics. What they're doing is they're taking autosomal DNA that should be able to tell you your family members. So if you guys believed in the genetics so much, if more of you were going and actually taking those tests and you were family members with people in the Americas, the test is gonna show that. It's gonna bring it up. Say this person is your fifth to sixth generation cousin, seventh to eighth generation cousin. It can go up to eight generations. So that would be within the time period that slavery was taking place. But so many Africans say they know who they are based on what their family told them, but they do not want Black Americans to say the same, as far as to saying they know who they are because their family told them their story orally or passed down. But yeah, genetics, those genetics should be telling you cousins and who's in your family member, not necessarily detecting what location you're from because it can't do that. So we would be able to find family in Africa. But I had a question for you because you're saying something about before the transatlantic slave trade, Africans were traveling to the Western Hemisphere. You're saying?
Yes, I was quoting
Can
data.
you be specific about the empire that was a seafaring empire that could travel and around what time frame that was happening?
It, according to Dr. Claude Anderson, he said I was in the 1300s. And you said during that period, when those Europeans visited Africa, when they were returning back, the Africans gave them about, I think, 5 to 6 Africans to help them doing that with like, little things on their way back. And when they got back to Africa, when they got back to Rome, they had a meeting. They even talked about themselves that these guys are very nice. These guys give us these other guys to help us. Like in
Wait,
Africa,
wait, wait. What year are you talking about? You're talking
the,
about Romans.
the
They
13th
came
century.
to Africa, then they went back. And how are you bringing the Western Hemisphere into this?
The 13th, Dr. Cloud Anderson said that it was in the 13th century. That's when he can trace that story. So that's where the idea of enslaving Africans came from. Because when they went back with few Africans, they took the conjecture of Africans at a disadvantage. They started to explore the idea that we can go back and get more of these guys and bring them here and make them work. That was in the 13th century. I'm not the one saying that. Dr. Clyde Anderson, who have studied African war history for more than 30 years, he said that in a book, and even most of his species. So that's where the idea came from. But that's not where slavery started from in general. So now, during the transatlantic slavery, when it became around the 16th century, that's when it became widely known. And let me clarify something real quick. The Africans back in Africa, when Africans were being taken and put on our book, the African never had a clear idea or clear vision of where the guys were being taken. My dad never knew that people were going to somewhere called Jamaica. My great grandparents never knew that. But they had a clear picture that there was something going on. And at a certain point, it got to the point that Africans were not getting involved no more. That's when slave hunting started. When they go to Africa now, they go hunt for people. When kids go to their little villages to learn how to survive, you got your Europeans going slave hunting. That happens in Sierra Leone a lot. When you study the Sierra Leone history, it tells you that Europeans go to Sierra Leone because the Sierra Leone were against Africans coming. Africans started opening their eyes, and they started to become forceful. That's the point I'm trying to establish. How we were taken out of Africa to the Americas. If that point has been established now, if we all agree and understand that that's what happened, then we can now trace what why my point about Black American being descendant of Africans, then I can now validate that. Because if we cannot establish that those things happen, then the idea of discussing Black American as being African, it doesn't make sense. We do agree that there were Africans, there were blacks in the Americas, according to history. So most of the points you guys made comes from that because it is widely known that there were blacks living in the Americas. So people believe that those blacks have no root to Africa, even though that same history of blacks being in the Americas during down I think around the 11th century. The ideas of blacks being found in America was in the 11th century. That that idea can still be traced back to Africa. So if all those records
Yes, that's
trace
it.
us back to Africa, then how can we then question that Africa is not our root? Somebody need
Zena,
to answer that.
oh God, he just gonna be Zena. That
Yeah.
okay. Why do you keep saying that? Do you know that that's only from hearsay?
How is
Who
that from
wants
here?
to- It's a known fact. It's a fact. We agree to that. That everything could be traced back to Africa. No, that's somebody's theory.
So are you telling me that
Okay, okay. This is my.
all the
I
records?
asked you the question. I asked you the question earlier.
Okay.
Okay, if my kids right got taken from me, right, I would forever look for my kids, right? Why is not Africa looking for its children? Why is it that we're over here because of something that we've been told from the enemy? We looking to find out where our family is over there. And every time we look, even if we do a DNA test, it'll show up different places that was not there, not even 100 years ago. And we can never find the connection. Why is not Africa looking for its children over here? And where I don't even know how you could just say over here when they were supposed to be taking so many different places. And you
Uh,
you you study specifying America. I don't get that.
the
Hey,
idea,
peace,
the,
peace, sisters, and bro. Can I say something?
let me
I
let
can
me
wait.
address that.
I
Let me
don't know if
address
y'all.
that real
Let
quick.
them answer,
Let
Ronald.
me
Just
address
that
that real
one
quick.
question, and then
The,
you can go and then because I dropped the link. I'm gonna do it again.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. When I seen you drop that, I was like, oh, this time. Okay, I
the
wait.
If
Go
he
ahead, bro.
asked for it, he asked for everybody, for open panel.
the idea of Africans back home not coming to America to find their kids does not invalidate that Black Americans are not Africans. Your parents' denial to find you or locate you, does that make them not your parents? Can you answer that?
Say it again, because you said
Your parents' denial to find you or to locate you after they have given you to somebody else, does that in
oh,
any
now
means?
you're saying that they gave our ancestors. That's what you're saying. They
I've been,
gave.
I've been saying that from the beginning. I first mentioned that when Europeans go back home, the idea of slavery, like it was later portrayed, it wasn't what that happened from the beginning. From the
Oh,
beginning,
so you
it was
saying
a
that they
gesture.
weren't in chains and all that kind of stuff, that they willingly came over, they willingly gave the people over. That's what you're
No,
saying, right?
no. Let me clarify this. This is very important. From the beginning, when Europeans go to Africa and they bring Africans back to the U.S., initially, it wasn't as it turned out to be. After the Africans realized that
Wait. They were initially what? Say that again.
initially African Africans in Africa that accepted their people to come to the Americas, they didn't know that these guys that bring Africans here were being treated inhumanely like they did.
Okay, and can you give us a date for that and where that was that they didn't know that what they were doing and they started bringing people here to the Americas? What date?
There's no date to that. The date can be traced
Yeah,
to the
there's a
beginning.
beginning. You can give us a century.
Okay, 16th century during the transatlantic. When the transatlantic
You
initially
said the
started,
16th century,
yeah, the 16th century.
so the 1700s.
The 16th century. That's the root
That would be
of
the
the trans.
1700s.
Yes,
So the
yes,
1700s.
yeah. That's the root of the transatlantic slave. When it started, it didn't start with the notion that we'll go buy these guys, we'll go hunt for them, and then bring them there and enslave them. That's not how it started. It was later on, after the idea of the European trying to commercialize. That's when they tried to commercialize it. That's when they even make it legal. Dr. Cloud Anderson said that slavery was legal by the Pope, and that was put in the Bible. because they have came to the conclusion that we can make money of these guys. They started to spread the news. When the news spread out, people went hunting. But from the beginning, that's not how it was. That hey, we sit here, those Europeans will come, we just sell our kids to them, and then they will go kill them, put them on the plantation. Who in their right mind would do that to their kids? Anybody can answer that.
I don't get it.
We don't know what to answer. You have to repeat your question.
You were asking as to what Africans were given to come to the Americas and be enslaved. So I'm trying to tell you that when it started, that was in the context, that was in the content of the idea that sprawled into something else.
Well, yeah, when you're talking about when it started, you would be hard pressed of even finding where it started or the people that started it in the 1700s, especially if you're talking about Europeans being the one that started it and then coming here, because you would have to say where they came here, like what colonies are you talking about, and be specific as far as of what is happening, because in the 1700s, that's pretty recent. We had a lot of information about what was going on in the 1700s in the United States of America and even in South America. So when you're saying that this was happening and you're giving the 1700s that Africans didn't know what they were signing up for, but Europeans were signing them up to come here, you would need to know, okay, a little bit about what was happening in the 1700s in American history. Have you ever studied American history?
Yeah, I studied American history extensively. Not right now, but before. I've studied basically war history. I'm not like an expert when it comes to that, but I'm not.
And when you say American history, have you gone past the transatlantic slave trade?
Yes, that's why I mentioned the 11th century when Christopher saw those people he called blacks in the Americas. That was in the 11th century.
That was in the 1200s, Christopher
It,
Columbus?
Christopher Columbus, when he first saw the Americans, the blacks in America, they were in the 11th century.
In the that's the 1200s. So you're
Yes,
saying
that's why.
Christopher Columbus is in the 1200s. So he
Yes,
lived for 292 years.
I don't know how long he lived for, but that's what, and that was stated by Van Sotimer, one of the historian scholar. He stated that it was in 1100, if I'm not mistaken, that Columbus, doing his travels, spot saw people that were in the Americas that look.
You are
He
mistaken.
provided
You're
a
very
description of them.
mistaken. And
Yeah,
by that time, maybe in Hebrew times, maybe Adam lived that long, maybe Abraham, but not Christopher Columbus.
no,
Yeah, Christopher Columbus, bro, was not alive in the
I might
1200s.
have been I might have been mistaken. But the
Zinnah,
issue of the let me give you an area that you can
oh,
look up the
Jesus.
transatlantic and
Zena, you're
most.
not going, Zena, we're not doing this tonight because you know I get a headache real quick. And you know, I keep telling you, I'm trying to follow what you're saying. When you get excited, you talk fast, and for me, maybe I'm just not as intelligent. It's hard for me to process what you're saying, right? Like you're jumping from one thing to another. Let's get a few things clear because you're just like blurring the lines. It's like you're just like throwing fucking avocados, just like anything, right? You're Christopher Columbus was not alive in the 1100s. Christopher Columbus was not alive in the 1200s. Okay, that's a fact. Okay, you're all around. You're jumping all around the place. I'm still stuck on the first question that I never got an answer to. But we do have Ronald up here who's been more than patient. That's been waiting to ask a question, and then you can carry on. Okay, can he ask you a question?
Yes, go ahead.
And this is why I said, Zinnah, it's better to have sources when you come. And you actually, right? Because it's just a whole bunch of talking and it's confusing. Hi, Ronald.
What's up, sis? What's going on with you? Peace to all the sisters. Peace, Islam, all that, Shalom,
How
whatever. All the sisters on the panel. So I don't know if y'all remember y'all remember my name that y'all called me that I gave y'all before? Not Ronald, my nickname.
No, what is it?
Pico.
Pico. Okay.
You remember me now?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember
So
who
look.
you are. Hey, Pico.
Yeah, Dosey. Okay. So okay. All right. So I ain't really got like a question for bro. He not even like a novice. I mean, I ain't trying to throw no words, shots, or insults, nothing like that. I thought that this was gonna kind of be like something else. He kind of like, this ain't that. But to make it short and sweet, I mean, once and for all, for the Pan Africans that really be trying to like bang and get on the show and bang out on information, like it's a quick this 1 2 3. Um, First off, the my name Pico, my grandmother that raised me, her name Pearline. She was a Seminole. She from Pensacola, Florida, and I know that Seminole is not. That name's it got changed into that. But they the river people. They the people from down there. Her father was from Cuba and all that good stuff. So those people, even though she was light because of her father, they was her mother and all them. They straight chocolate. So okay, that name Pico is you can buy that in the store. Orange Pico tea. Um, so the genealogy thing that Top Cat and a lot of other brothers be rocking with, that solves a lot of these problems because that right there, if you can trace the genealogy back to like the last 3 grandmothers or 4 grandmothers. That ends all that because all that roots shit, that roots BS is just that. That's Alex Haley stealing a movie from some guy that made something called The African and worked with the CIA and Hollywood to make that story and push it on our people. Everybody on this panel can ask their grandmother what they was, and they all say Indian. I don't care. We can debate the more Indian thing, whatever. But either way, bloodlines is bloodlines. Like this conversation is. I mean, it's for all the people that don't know and just get it over with right now, so it don't have to be brung up no more. Everybody, I think 1 out of 10 people that's on this panel, if they ask their grandparents, they gonna say Indian or indigenous to this land, some shape, form, or fashion by blood. Our people been here since the beginning of time. We ain't come here on those ships from no Africa. That's lies. And in reality, the white man is the one, the so-called white man is the one that was brought over here on ships as servants and slaves and stuff like that. It's foolishness. It's utter complete foolishness. It's nonsense. I'm not saying that it ain't no African American connection because anybody that do their research, they know about a Mexican. So if you know about a Mexican, that's South America, North America, and Africa, doing business and bloodline and intermingling for hundreds and hundreds of thousands of years. But I'm just saying, like, we don't have to keep talking about that root stuff because it's just that's child's play. So I mean that's really all I gotta say. If there's anything else to talk about, it's whatever. But that
No,
he got.
thank you, Pico. And you bring up a good point, Zena. I would like you to answer. He brought up genealogy. How far back in your genealogy do you know? Like, do you know your second great grandparents, your third great grandparents? Are you like, your parents' parents, and it stops there?
I can go at least 4. I can go my dad, my granddad, my dad on the dad, my dad on the dad. I can go at least 4. And I can go to the village, not just saying it, but I still know where they live, where they used to live when they were alive.
Right. Okay. So, but you don't know the relative to them that they said was taken into slavery.
No, it was just a family member. It may have even
I'm
been.
saying, yeah, but it's a family member, but like what family, like say it was your second great grandparents' cousin, it was your fourth great grandparents' cousin. No one said like who it was family wise that was taken in the village that you said you could go back to. Is something wrong with my phone? Sorry, do we have sound still?
No, I hear you. You're very clear. I think maybe Zena stepped away.
Zinnah,
Do, 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 do,
Can, can you not hear me?
we couldn't.
Now
You
we can
must have
hear
had
you.
it
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. But to answer the sister question, my I said earlier that I can go back four great grandparents. My dad down or down about at least 4 times. The specificity you're asking for, my dad, he was like a paramount chief. He has his own village. So some of those people that may have came from his village may have been descendants of his brothers. Because he was a paramount chief, he was like the big guy in the village. So it may have been from his siblings, siblings.
How do you know though that? How do you are? I'm asking if you are aware of where your family comes from, since you are Liberian, right? And considering the history of Liberia, and considering that it was an American colony, right? Funded, it was. I mean, aborted later on the mission, but it was set up to be an American colony. Do you know if you have any descendants or if anywhere in your family line are American?
Now I'm not aware of that. I'm not
Okay.
aware that there were anyone in my family line
That
that
came from
that
America
that
that
came
went to
that
Liberia.
that yeah came from America went to Liberia because there was a huge distinction between those that went back and the indigenous. We could tell from the name
Right.
and most of the time the way they appear, the way they look.
So is your
Even
family the indigenous
yes,
um
yes,
Liberians?
yes, my family is indigenous to Liberia.
Okay.
Well, then who the ones that got sold off then?
But
I'm confused. I'm
the,
sorry.
the, the, the brother try to make it seem like I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what I've
Thank you,
said.
Lisa.
I don't know what I've said to make him think that I'm ignorant of my history. I may have made mistake on the date that I mentioned about Christopher Columbus, but that doesn't mean I don't know what I'm talking about.
And you made a
Bro, hold up,
mistake.
bro.
Hold on. This is my last point in my landing plane, and I know we got other people up here, but you also made a mistake because you are starting the history of quote unquote Black Americans in and in the 1400s. Or according to you said the 1600s, which is even later. That's wow. Just in terms of how history works, right? The historicity of just that's just wild right there. I just wanted to put that out there.
That's only like 200, 300 years ago. 200 years
We
ago.
should be able to, and with that, and even if it was the 1400s, right? We should be able to trace back a direct descendant, period. The same way how you said, I know my great grandfather, great 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 grand, the same thing on our side, right?
Let
That's
me
not a very long time ago.
let me
We
make a
should be able to find the African in the family.
let me make a correction real quick. I didn't say that slavery began in the 16th century. I was
I
making
know you
reference
didn't.
to the transatlantic slave trade. That's where the historicity of the
Right.
transatlantic
And you're
slavery
saying,
starts
right.
from.
And so, and the conclusion from that, listen, right? So now let's continue to walk in a straight line. A conclusion from that is, and thus, Black Americans, this is proof, because that's how you started the conversation out, right? That
Yep.
this is proof that you are of African descent. You started that story or that history with the slave trade. So, what I'm saying is, that's not that long ago. That's not that long ago. We have people on this panel who can trace their family descendants back to the 1500s. That's not that long ago. We
If
should be able to find that direct descendant in the same way that you can find your direct descendants, right? That are Liberian, if that was the case.
the issue of me starting from the 1600, it was primarily centered between me establishing that blacks that African came from Africa to the Americas. That's where I started from the 1600. I could even start from the 1800. My reason was to establish they came from Africa first to the Americas and then went back to the Americas. That's why I did that. I didn't do that because I wanted to prove that that's when slavery started. Just to clarify that.
No, it's not about when it started though, and we'll let Aton, I think, has been waiting, and
Yeah,
then
exactly,
T.
Girly. Look, Girly found a relative. I'm sorry, Dulcie, I didn't mean to interrupt
Oh
you.
yeah, no, go ahead.
Girly found one of her relatives born in the 1490s. It's not that long ago.
Right, it's not that long ago, and just to and tell
find.
you, the 17th century is not like it's
We're not talking
gonna
about
be later. You know,
yeah.
Like
you're
the eight.
saying actually a later time and stuff than the 1400s or anything when you're talking about your centuries. But I want to say, as far as when you're saying we're trying to get you to prove when someone came over here, that's not what our aspect is. Our aspect is we're showing you, and you don't know as much about this as far as the true history, because you're kind of just making stuff up as you go and saying this proves this when it's not adding up as far as your timeline, the
You
story
still
you're
gotta
trying to
prove
dig
it,
in.
fam. You right though. So you still gotta prove that though.
Okay, let me give you some references. You want some references that you can look up to prove me wrong?
No, prove your family coming over here from Africa, fam.
Oh, now you're deflecting.
That's why I asked. That's why I started out with.
If you want sources, I can give you sources that you can look up and prove me wrong. If you want me to prove that my family came from Liberia,
from your family, would the sources be from your or from the
Exactly.
undone
Thank you.
book?
Would it be from your family? Cuz
I initially told you that even the history of Black Americans here being enslaved, there are some oral context to that.
you
There are,
can't speak about all Black Americans being slaves, bro. You
I'm
can't
not
say
saying
that
everybody.
about everybody.
I'm not saying everybody. I'm trying to
And a
provide.
lot of
I'm
times
trying to
they
make something to clicking. I'm telling you that there's an oral historical context of the history that we're all discussing. There's a
You talking
oral.
about 1% because 99 Africans that I talk to say they ain't never heard nothing about no slave trade.
That's right. That's
There
right.
are there are Africans who do not even know their roots.
But that's why that's
Just
why y'all. I asked him. That's why I started out with that question. My very first question, I think, to you, Zinnah, was, and since you said that they passed down through oral history, did anyone in your family ever tell you the story about some of your relatives being sold off
Great question.
across the Atlantic? That was my first question, right? He said,
yes.
yeah. I said, tell me what the story was. He then begins to tell me about his great-great-grandfather who owned the land or came from a family that owned the land. Still didn't tell me about the relative that was sold and captured, right? And taken from Liberia across the Atlantic. And I didn't want him to move from that because if you can't, because I can tell you, right? I can tell you people's names, right? Going back to the freaking 16, 15, 1400s on my mother's side, right? I can do that. Zinnah, you can do that for your family with your family line in Liberia. If in fact if there was an African in that, it would pop up. He or she would pop up. It would be a name, right? And really and truly, he also mentioned something about the slave records. I mean, I can share the source for you again because the last time you were on this panel, I did it already. But I can show you the
That's what
source.
I'm about to say. You did it. He need to share something. You did it already. Y'all did it.
I already did, but less than 6% actually came to the Americas. Less than 6%.
I think it's 2%. 2%.
So, you know, anyway,
I
Chiefs, Anton, what's up, y'all? I'm sorry.
I have a question for you.
It's all love. What's up, sisters? What's up, brothers? Peace to the panel. Peace to the chat. Do your thing, Anton. My bad.
Are you saying that less than 2% Africans came to the U.S. doing
Yes,
slavery?
that's what she said, fam. Do
Yes.
she got to repeat it? Do she
Okay,
got to
so
repeat it, family?
I'm asking that. I'm asking that to ask that. How can you prove that?
Oh, okay,
Well,
no problem.
okay.
With sources,
Okay, so
with the actual evidence of the time period, because we have
Exactly.
the
And people in
time
it.
where
My bad.
they were reported.
let me say
You even are saying 1 second. You even are saying it's not that long ago. You're reporting history from the 1600s, the 1700s. Well, there's records for these things, and they know as far as percentages of slaves and different things, and how many of them were foreign. They know of citizens of people that were living here, and how many of them were foreign, born somewhere else versus born here. So that's how we would know as far as the percentages as well.
and not only that,
Freedom,
let
share
me
my
say,
screen, please.
okay, wait a minute. Let me say this to you too, Zena. When I was young, there was no Africans around us at all. I'm sorry, and
Hey,
I'm not
talk to him.
from when I went to school, it was no Africans in my school. And I went to one the most popular schools in Atlantic City. There was no Africans in my school or anything.
Hey,
I'm
sister.
saying, yes.
Hey, I had one African in my middle school, about 800 people, and everybody knew the difference. Respectfully. Respectfully. It's love.
And I don't know what year that was, but I'm just saying I'm older than you if I'm
No,
not
I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying it's just we didn't have none. That's through elementary, high school, middle school, and where we
right.
had one out of all of them 30, 20 years, gang.
Me too.
So
And
are
I'm
you
saying I'm
trying?
older, so it would be further back from my time, which
That's
would be
facts. That's
putting
facts.
closer to what he's saying. And I don't remember none. I don't
Are you?
remember none.
But I think that's the mistake you guys keep making. Are you trying to boil down the evidence that blacks came from Africa because you never had no
The
Africans in
reason
your
why I'm
school?
saying that is because they coming over here now time. They
I'm,
coming
I'm,
over here now time, and you can pick them out.
and I'm
Hey, damn
asking
so can.
the brother who trying to, let me see if the brother can make sense of what he's saying. Are you trying to invalidate the idea that Black Americans are not African because you don't see Africans in your school? Is that what you're trying to say?
Nah,
No, no,
nah, hold
no,
on, hold on, hold on. Relax, brother, relax,
no.
brother,
Let me
relax.
say this: if you
I'm
trying
getting
to
Let me
say,
tell him what I'm saying, Sister Freedom.
okay,
I'm loving this.
okay,
I'm
all
loving it.
right,
All right, thank you, sister. Hold on, brother, I got you. What I'm saying is this. My whole life, I was born in the 90s, 1990. My whole life, I was told that I was an American Indian by my family. Then going out and seeing this slave narrative and things like that, those things pop up. But what I see, the Africans that I've seen and known throughout my life, the people that I grew up around wasn't that. I'm not saying it just because I seen only one in school. I'm saying that based off research and more importantly, based off of my family's genealogy, fam. I don't have an African or I don't have none of that in my records. And I can go back to the 1500s. And when it's my turn to speak, I'm going to fall back. But when it's my turn to speak, man, shout out BCU, man. Shout out USM, man. American Indian, bro. Do your thing, though. But no, I ain't got none of that, fam. Hey, that's somebody's seat.
that's
Yeah.
going to show something. But I'm just going to say this: I'm older than that. I wasn't in the 90s. I was earlier than that, and there was none. Even now, the only time I see Africans is if I go like to the farmers market. If it was, if it was the reason why I always say that the undone invaders enslaved the people that was on these lands, because as I was growing up, older in my 20s and 30s is when I started. I had one. I'll go back. One African that I knew when I was a teenager. One, and she was a grown woman. A grown woman. And what I'm trying to say is that as my years are growing up, even matter of fact, looking at Sinetta's the other day, he said, now there's a whole bunch of Africans when there wasn't. He said, now I come out on the
That's
street,
facts.
I see all these Africans, where the hell they come from? So see, that's what I'm saying. Nowadays, now times, I can remember even, I mean, growing up, I don't remember seeing them nowhere.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
And I'm back now. I'm in the 70s. I don't remember seeing them nowhere.
I'm
Very
with you,
seldom.
baby.
Very, 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 very rare that I would see them.
So let me ask the brother
Hey,
a
can I
question.
say something else?
Wait. Can I just show this?
It sound like
Yeah,
millions.
go. My bad, Dots. My bad. Hold on, my African brother.
I'm
Let
sorry,
the
guys,
let
but
the.
he was
Come
trying to
on,
make it
bro.
seem like millions was here. Millions came over. Millions.
No,
No.
wait. Well, we're getting ready to show a figure about how many came over, right? Because I like taking things nice and slow, and I like getting questions answered before we go on to the next thing. So,
Okay.
Zinnah, when I mentioned the percentage of Africans, right, that were shipped over and that, let's say, landed in North America specifically, and I said to you, it's no more than 6%, and 6% is a high number. It was probably less than that. And you said, well, show me. How do you know, right? Can you prove that? Okay, so I showed this to you before. I'll show it to you again. Okay, and this is by Henry Louis Gates, who's akin to Dr. Walter Williams, kind of Pan-African kind of dude or whatever, So let's read what they said, okay? The most comprehensive analysis of shipping records over the course of the slave trade is the Transatlantic Slave Trade Database. That's the one you mentioned, Zinnah. Edited by Professors David Otis and David Richardson. Between 1525 and 1866, in the entire history of the slave trade to the New World, according to the Transatlantic Slave Trade Database. 12.5 million Africans were shipped to the New World. 10.7 million survived the dreaded Middle Passage, disembarking in North America, the Caribbean, and South America. Let's pause there. So they're saying about 10.7 million throughout the Americas, right? So that's North America, the Caribbean, South America. Let's proceed. And how many of these 10.7 million Africans were shipped directly to North America? Only about 388,000.
Damn.
Only about 388,000. That's right, a tiny percentage. So that's even less than 4%. I was being nice by saying 4%. That's less than, so I didn't say it. This is a source that says it. And by one of the most famous, if you want to put a label on it in terms of like Pan-African or promoting that whole DNA thing is Dr. Henry Louis Gates. So I didn't say it. This article said it. Do you need me to show you another source that backs that up?
Lower than that too. Right, lower than that.
You showing me sources I've already read. That's
Well,
why I
why
mentioned
would
the transatlantic
Big
slavery.
So then
bars.
why would you doubt? So then why would you say to show you if you're agreeing? So then the next point is if less than 4% actually came to North America, because that's where we are now here in North America. This is the question I asked you before. So maybe now you have an answer.
Man, more Europeans came than Africans, bro. Stop playing with this nigga, bro. More
Right.
Europeans came over here than Africans, bro. Go do your research, fam.
Mm-hmm. 388,000. That's less than 4%.
And that's over to a couple hundred years, though,
Yes.
Doc. That's crazy.
Right. So
I
again,
got a
Zinnah,
question for the brother.
That is fact.
What's up? You want to talk to me? What you got to ask, fam? What's up, my African brother?
The question is, you say your parents told you about your history as a descendant of Indian, right?
I ain't say my parents. I said my grandparents, but my parents know, and my parents told me too. So yeah, what's up with it?
Those are
Yeah,
your
yeah, yeah.
parents.
Yeah, go ahead. It's cool. What's up?
So did you believe what I told you?
No, I believe. Listen, all right. Let me say this. Great question, family. So I practice a method called trust but verify. I was in the United States military. Shout out to the Buffalo Soldiers. Shout out to my OGs in the Civil War. Shout out to my OGs in the Revolutionary War. I practice something called trust but verify, family. So everything that I was told, I never went against that. What made me think opposite of it is when I got out of high school and shit. When you get out and you start learning on your own. We been knew we was American Indians. We been knew about my lineage that came from European as well. Cause my family kept that history. I still got my land that we had in 1792. After the Revolutionary War, bro, we still got land patents. I still got my land in Mississippi. Now, a lot of my family sold their land because on the side of Alabama and Mississippi, what coming up north. I'm third generation Detroit, which means all my family moved during the Great Migration, fam. So at the end of the day, your question, did I believe them? I believe them over believing DNA or a scientist that just tell you niggas anything and you believe it. And I don't even want to call you a nigga because a nigga is a certain type of people over here in America. But at the end of the day, yes, I believed them, but I went to trust and verify. Like I say, shout out to my nigga legendary Chief Topcast, bro. I gotta pay homage because the methodology and behind what we doing here is bloodline related. So I say, okay, niggas telling me this. You got niggas saying, and excuse me if I cuss, ladies, just stop me. But you got people saying, oh, you a Hebrew. Oh, you an African. Oh, you a Jew or a Moor. You got people telling you everything, but grandma already told you what we was. I knew what I was at 4, 5 years old, fam, and never thought nothing different. So now when I'm older and I go and I look, bro, I told you I'm back to the 1500s, fam, which means I verified everything that done been said. I went and verified. I didn't see none of that shit none of this shit that people talk about that say who we are, who we are. I didn't see none of that. What I seen was that I've been here. What I seen was that my people that came back over here was already bloodline related to here. And I seen that niggas been lying and stealing niggas' minds just to steal niggas' land. What I seen is that the person that's called a nigga here is the culture of the world. I've been living in my culture, fam.
Okay.
I've been living in my culture. But go ahead.
So your family told you something already. You believe and you verify. We all do that in military. I'm a veteran too. So thanks for your service, bro.
Thank you
But
for your service too, my brother.
so
That's how
now
y'all get over here and get it in, though. But go ahead.
so
Appreciate you.
now my grandparents, my own, not just believe and verify because I live it. I live in the goddamn village where this event occurs.
Yeah, I live in the village too. It's called a
So
hood. It's called a hood.
but
I was raised
but
by
we
all my people. But
but
go
we
ahead. My
were
bad. Go
not
ahead.
we never had I don't know the specific the six I keep asking for the more specific. We didn't go writing things down when people come to our village to take people. I mean, they go in meetings and decide who to give up.
Let me
And then
tell you this, bro. Ain't
when it
ain't
came,
no nigga.
no, let me clarify
All
this
right, go
though.
ahead. My bad, my bad.
When
I'm
it
gonna
came
stop.
to
I'm
the
gonna stop.
point that when Africans got to know how ridiculous this slave crap was, they put a stop to that. That's when Africans started being forced. That's when people started putting down traps. They used to go to, like, when you go hunting. That's how they used to bring slaves at a certain point. So if you can believe that your parents told you something already, you believe it. You
Yeah, I
believe it. You
believe.
verify.
Let me
Then
say
why
this,
should
because
I
you made a
question?
good point. Go
Why
ahead.
should one question
Okay, go
the
ahead.
authenticity of my history when I have lived in the village, when I can take you there for you to see for yourself?
Yeah, but listen
But
though, listen. That's a great question. Let me tell you now. Let me answer. Okay. I live in a village too, fam, and I see how my niggas move. Ain't nobody coming over here and kicking in no doors, and my ancestors ain't fighting back, nigga. My ancestors is fighters, bro. My ancestors is fighters, fam. My ancestors is inventors, bro. I found them, bro. I found here and castles and royalty over there, bro. You feel me? So I don't believe a story that somebody gave me that a nigga came and kicked my dough, bro, and my ancestors' dough, nigga, because we was the dough kickers. We kicked the doors. You feel what I'm saying? And my family fought in these wars. So at
so
the
if
end
it's
of the
true,
day, I'm hold on. At the end of the day, I'm blood related to my ancestors.
You broke up, Chief. You broke up.
Yeah, you went out.
so I will ask
But
him to ask that. If you choose not to believe an event that is recorded in history, does that invalidate the occurrence of that event? Anybody can answer that.
Like, can I say something?
yes, Ronald. And then we gotta let
Okay.
Antoine get in. We got to. We
All
gotta.
right. I know if we doing it by like turns or something like that. I mean, I fall back if you say I'm gonna get some more time to speak, then I just wait. You know what I mean? You tell me.
Okay,
No, no, no. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Anton, you wanna jump in?
Nope. I want them to get that off their chest, get it done, because I got some things I got to present to this guy, because he needs to understand history.
All right,
Ronald.
I'm
Yeah.
very
Yeah.
open.
All right.
I'm
Anytime
very
you a
I'm
trip.
I'm
I
very
was gonna
open
say,
minded.
y'all can call me Pico. Y'all can call me Pico, but well, it don't matter. It don't matter. But anyway, I was gonna say he keeps saying history, and it's like the history he talking about is not history. It's fictional. He talking about something that the CIA came up with from a story that they stole. Somebody stole. Alex Haley stole that, and then they made a movie and worked with Hollywood and put it on and pumped it into the school system. That's not none of it's real. I mean, if you know what I mean, I study a lot of different people. It's all on the internet at this point in time, whether you be with the Abos or the Moors or the Indians, you know what I mean, it really don't make a difference. It's really out there. I'm even a part of Abdullah Bay, his little study group that he got, advanced study group, because they trying to get out, we trying to take America back. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, far as this is our land. We was matriarchy in the first place, and we already had our own governments established. We already had everything established before, our fall or whatever, however you want to call it, fall from grace or whatever happened. But I'm just saying that that reality that he's saying is not reality. It's just something that somebody made up, and then they ran with it and start, what I mean, trying to pump it to the next generation. It's not, it ain't, it's no way you can wipe out something that was there since the beginning of time with a few decades of lies. It's, what I mean, it's complete utter nonsense. Far as slave ships and all that nonsense, it's that's the biggest crock. You know what I mean? Anybody that's on the internet can go back and watch Aline Bay debate Sarah Sudi, and we was talking about where the slave ships at. Yeah, I mean, like that was over 10, 15 years ago when they debated that. It ain't no slave. They can't prove none of that stuff ain't happened. I'm not saying there ain't no Africans that came here at all, or we ain't prisoners of war right now. But I'm saying like what he's saying is just not real. It just never happened, not the way they say it happened.
Let
Mostly
me
the
ask.
Europeans. They hold up. Mostly the Europeans. They the ones that got brought over here on slave ships and stuff like that. We ain't, that never happened to us. This is our homeland. You know what I mean? We was already like dominant. And it's dangerous because you keep saying stuff like the stuff you saying is making. That has to die because this is our homeland. America is umaru nuno number one. Everything comes from America. I'm not saying the Africans or whoever, whatever other races they contribute. But the Indian Encyclopedia tell you that most of the inventions that make this world go round came out of America, and it came from the people that y'all call Negroes or niggas or whatever. I'm not saying, it's other races that came and donated and helped and built on to what we already invented. But over 95% of what makes this world go round comes from America and comes from us and our genealogy and our bloodlines. We the inventors, we the gods. That got to stop. That nonsense got to stop. Like somebody came here and put us in slave ships and some stupid shit. No, it just never happened. It's impossible. It's impossible. We had the biggest empire on the whole planet. How can anybody come here on some slave ships? Yo, it don't even make sense. I mean, and the people that you saying did this stuff, they the youngest people on this earth. You know what I mean? Whether we genetically made them or they came out of the ground, whatever. It don't matter. Whatever. I know that they are the youngest on this whole planet. They didn't do none of this stuff. None of it. And we got to stop talking like it's actual factual. You know what I mean? Like that got to stop. That got to
Okay.
stop. You know what I mean? The kids, we can't keep going on like this. You know what I mean? That's the reason why a lot of the stuff happened in the 80s and 90s and stuff like that, because, we was under some type of magical indoctrination spell or something like that. And the spell got to end. It's over. You know what I
I
mean? We
got a
got to go
question.
back and
The,
tell
the
the truth.
sister, the sister that was reading those statistics. I got a quick question for you, sis. So you said about 300,000 made it to the Americas. That was the 0.6, whatever the percentage was. Do you believe that
Oh
story?
boy.
Does anyone on the planet, do anyone on the planet yet believe that about 300,000 Africans made it to the Americas?
Yes, we do. But that's
Okay.
everybody gonna say that, so we might as well skip that. So let me ask you this, because
I
when
want to
I
know who
came
all
home,
agree. Who all agree to that?
we
Can you
all
just?
agree with
Oh,
it.
okay. So
Okay,
now I've established blacks coming from Africa. And at least you guys can attest that 300,000 came to the Americas.
Bro, you talking about like 1%, bro. 1% of all everybody that's here, bro. We were already here, bro.
Yes.
We did not come from no Africa. Get that through your head, brother. We did not
Well,
come from
let
no
me let
Africa.
me
We was
say it like
already
this,
here.
Chiefs, and shout out to the legendary Big Chief Top Cats. Where I'm about to be dropping down soon. Zinnah, I think you're confusing us because you're so used to your paradigm saying what all people that are a skin tone are. And that's where we're not trying to preach a doctrine or say we're all the same thing. We're not. All of us have different surnames. All of us have different families, unless we're cousins related somehow. Where we are different families, so our story is within our family. It's
Okay.
not something that's, if someone is saying I'm this or there's not a slave in my family, we are not equating to that to say there's no Africans here at all. No, we don't say there's a one size fit all anything. We all have individual stories, individual families that we go to our family to see who we are, just like to go to your family to see who you are. What's happening is a lot of people are going to their families and there aren't an African slave story being found.
So, but we agree. That is the most important point. I'm trying to make sure everybody it is heard. We all agree that at least 300,000 Africans made it to the Americas. Do we all agree? Or
Bro,
are they
why you
different?
keep talking about
Because
300,000 when we talking about millions of people that was already here, bro? You
no,
talking about
no,
something
no,
that's
no, no,
so
no, no.
insignificant that you could
Hold
be
on, bro.
pointed out. You
No,
hold up, bro.
that's
A
okay.
African can be literally pointed out in a crowd, bro. That's how insignificant that it is. You
What
get what I
does that
mean?
have?
We know who we are,
No,
just like y'all know who y'all is. It's insignificant. It's insignificant, bro. It's you like you wasting people time with this nonsense. This you know what I'm saying? Like this stuff gotta stop. And then y'all
I,
sit around and take credit for everything that we did and be like, well, they came from Africa, Africans. No, we did that.
okay,
That's
hold
our
on
work.
now.
You know what I mean? We made this world run the way it is and gave the
Okay,
world
I,
civilization,
I
not
agree.
Africa.
But real quick,
Africa is not the
as
motherland, bro. Get
okay,
it
we agree.
clear,
But real,
bro. America, South America, North America, whatever. We the gods, bro. Y'all little brothers and sisters. You
we
little bro.
agree.
We big
Hold on,
bro.
bro.
All right.
As as
Get it. All right, bro. Let's get that understood, man.
as
Stop with
an
the nonsense, yo.
intellectual,
Because you keep
hold on,
talking that stuff.
hold on now. When you as an intellectual, your ability to allow somebody to make their point is very important. That makes you an intellectual. So you can just be talking throughout. Other people have to talk, bro. That's what makes you an intellectual, to be able to listen and have other person articulate their point, or else we'll just be talking about each other. That's how an intellectual behave. So
bro. All right, so now
my
you're going.
primary point here is
No, I
to
don't. Let us.
establish.
Wait, one
So now
second,
All
one
right, now
second.
go ahead. Let him talk. Let him talk. Let him talk.
now
Well,
Go ahead.
wait, hold on one second, Zinnah. Good night, Sister Freedom. Good night, Nisha. Good night, Dodge. Love you,
Good night.
sister.
Good night, little
We
sis.
see you in the chat. Love you guys. Good night to the panel, the Chiefs, Ron, Aton, and Zinnah. Hopefully you get it together. Have a good night,
Peace,
everybody.
Dochi.
Good
Peace,
night.
Peace.
Dochi.
Let me say this right quick because I jumped in. I think when Zeno was saying that the Africans in the beginning of the slave trade, they didn't know what they was coming over here to do, so they just volunteered to come over. So I don't understand that. Could you explain that for me?
No, I was saying that I would like to believe that when the slavery started, those guys that initially came to the U.S., they didn't come here under the notion that they were going to be commercialized. That's the point I'm trying to make.
But they were in chains and all of this kind of stuff. So how could they think anything? Oh, it was a pleasant trip. They was on vacation. What are you saying?
The tree you mentioning, that was when things got bad. When things got bad, people went hunting. That's what I mentioned earlier. People used to go hunting for African, like you go hunt for animals. When things got bad, Africans who have never sent their children here to the Americas, when they know that they were coming here to get commercialized and get whooped and get killed. What type of mother does that? Does that even make sense? Let put the idea of slavery aside. Let's just look at morality for instance. Let practice some moral values. What type of parents, whether you African, you Europeans, will send their children to go get hanged? Does that even make sense? Can you just think a little bit? Who does that? So that tells you that wasn't the notion, that wasn't the context under which Africans were taken from Africa. After the Europeans thought that they could take advantage of that, they tried to commercialize it. They went hunting and started putting people in chains. I asked anybody to debunk that.
Okay. You done, Nisha?
Yeah, but just one thing, Zena. I agree with Doc. Slow down a little bit because it's hard to understand because you get excited sometimes, and I have to put a hearing aid in just to understand. So just slow down a little bit, sir.
All right.
I'm done, Aton.
All right. What up, Z?
Okay, boss.
All right. Can we pull up? I want to pull up them links real quick. Is it all right if I can share those links, sisters?
Yes. Wait a minute.
All right, we'll just start with the first one. The first one I sent, I put all the links at one time. They kind of just went through these things. I want to kind of give them a understanding of his history. Because I'm about to show you that your people actually originated in America. They ain't come from Africa. They originated in America. So once we pull this up, you know, I do history 101, basic, elementary stuff. I don't really get too deep. But I'm about to show you some of these just popular links that you can kind of look at. And much honest to you sisters. Big Chief Top Cat is up here. Peace to the brother. Ronald Jones, peace to you, Chief of Chiefs.
Where did you put the link, Anton?
I put it in the back chat.
I need me a little light drink. Oh, I'm sorry.
Why the chief upload his slides? Let me just clarify real quick. I don't want for anybody to think for one reason that everything I'm saying I cannot provide sources to them.
Well, you'll get an opportunity to do that.
I'm gonna share it now for you, okay? I'm gonna share his screen.
We'll do a Zinnah too. But Zinnah, you really you asked for an open panel. You asked for did you do it? Dots? Okay, there it is. Got it.
Yeah, I
got
did.
it.
Yeah, because the
I
last time he was up here, I showed him about the society that moved things back. So
Is this
that
what you
wasn't
wanted?
nah, not that
Is it
one.
this, Anton? This is the link you sent.
Yeah, I sent a bunch of them.
Which one?
Okay, so
You gotta let her know which one it is.
So yeah, the first one that says history.com topics Black history / slavery history.
So let me take this one down.
Yeah, they're kind of in order.
It's just when he talks, it's like he's trying to say that people of color didn't start until the slave trade. That's what I be hearing, but maybe that's not what he's trying to say. He said that he's not saying that, but then he says it.
No, from the
So
beginning,
Anton,
I said
the one from history.com, is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah,
Okay.
history.com.
Here
And
you
the
go.
one that
All right,
says,
share with freedom. It's right here.
Okay.
yeah,
1 second. All right, it should be there.
Okay.
yeah.
I also studied the Gola dialect you were discussing it last time. So you want to discuss that? I'm ready for that. The Gola dialect you talked about last time.
Oh, all right, my bad. I thought he was a new dude.
No, this is the same guy. This is the same guy.
Oh yeah, I ain't gonna waste my time with your big forehead ass.
I'm knowledgeable of what you be teaching, and I'm here to make some correction.
Man, you don't know nothing, man. Last time I asked you, did any of your family, cause you sitting here talking about the transatlantic slave trade, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Right.
so name your family member that went through the transatlantic slave trade.
We already been.
We tried to ask that question. I asked him that question. He couldn't
So
get it.
he ain't had none, right?
I
to
told
me.
you guys that there were not a list.
So,
We're not making list of people that were going down.
brother,
down
it didn't.
range.
It never happened. Not one person got taken in the transatlantic slave trade from Africa to America. Not one.
They enslaved the people that was already on
Oh,
these lands, and they invaded over here. And I mean, I don't even know how much that is actually true, but I know that there's some stories. At least there's some stories. But these people, have you ever noticed the people that give the stories never say that they come from Africa? I
Nobody.
have seen many
are you
people. I'm sorry, I
are
interrupted.
you guys in conflict of each other? Because the brother said that didn't happen. The sister said it happened. The sister
No,
said,
no, 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 no. I did not. No, I did not. I did
man,
not say that the slave trade. I said there have been stories
okay.
about slave people that were tortured and stuff on these lands,
Yeah,
not from Africa.
I wasn't mentioning you. I'm mentioning the statistics the sister
I don't
read
even know
earlier.
how much. Wait a minute. I don't even know how much Chief Top Cats agree with that. I'm
Yes, sir.
asking him, do you agree with that, Chief Top Cats,
What
that
happened?
that when the invaders came over and stole lands and stuff from the people that were already on these lands, that they enslaved them and tortured them, treat them bad?
Yeah, the people here, but no
Yeah,
African ever
no
got taken
African,
in the
no
transatlantic
African.
slave trade.
I
That's
agree
why
with
nobody in Africa ever
you.
said
Right,
that they family member went through it, and no person here in America ever proved that they went through the transatlantic slave trade. Not one. So
right.
we don't have to act like we'll be
Oh,
going along with the lie if we came out here and said somebody came in the slave trade and we don't know their name. You feel
Right.
me? Yeah, you talking about millions of people and we don't know one person name.
I
That shit
thought
ain't. It never happened.
the sisters, majority of the sisters
Man, it
agree
don't.
on the.
Man,
Oh,
listen,
okay.
listen. You are the one supposed to prove that. You the African, right? Why are you looking for somebody else to prove it? You should be proving it.
When I want to make an important point, you won't dismiss it.
I
This is
can
very
call
crucial to the
Africans right now
discussion.
that said they came over
The
willingly
sis,
to work.
the sisters
I
read
can
it.
call African right now. I had him on the Chief's channel before, and he said they came over willingly. Did he or did he not say to work? That nobody forced them to come over here. They came over here willingly to work.
I will still ask the question. Regardless, no matter how you guys deflect, man, we got to ask this question. The sister read the statistics. We 300 and some odd thousand Africans came to the Americas.
Yeah, but that's something somebody wrote down. You believe everything somebody wrote?
I'm not the one believing it. I'm
You not
asking a
believing it?
question.
So what do
Hold
you
on now.
believe?
Hold on. You see, you want to deflect. When you deflect, people see
Man, you don't even know what that means, nigga.
people
You
see
come
a
out of village. You
people
don't
see
know
a
what that
lazy
means.
ingenuousness in the question in what you're trying to do. I stated earlier that I could prove the connection between Africans coming here first.
Well, go
The
ahead.
sister
What's
read
taking
the
so long?
statistics.
Well, prove it.
She read the
Prove it.
statistics. That's why I'm going
Go
off
ahead
the
and prove it, bro. How many? You know how many of those statistics changed? They used to tell us that 100 million came. Then they went down to 50 million. Then they went down to 20. Then they went down to 12. Then they went down to 10. Then they went down to 2. Listen, fam, we not listen. You don't know nothing about what's going on. You
Okay,
don't
I
even
agree,
know that
but
they made
you
all those different numbers up, right? So who's telling the truth? Who telling the truth, fam? None of them. You know why? Because nobody ever came over here through a transatlantic slave trade. That's some
okay.
shit somebody wrote down.
I'm
Never
I'm
happened.
I'm seeing a difference in opinion. Majority of the
Man,
sisters,
listen,
you see,
bro,
you're not going to allow me to make this point.
say that you don't have a point. You sitting here trying to get somebody else to validate this slave trade when you the African and you should be proving it.
See,
You
so
trying to get somebody on the panel to help you.
hopefully somebody listening, they can see how disingenuous you have been to the question or to the panel. We were talking based on facts. We went to the
You
transatlantic. She went and
present your
brought up the
facts.
statistics.
Present your facts. You talking about what somebody else pulled. What are you gonna present?
I mentioned the transatlantic. I mentioned
Okay,
the
so what year the transatlantic happened?
I want to know something.
it
I'm just
started between the
curious,
1600s.
and maybe Dots can pull up
Between you
It
sure?
started the 16 to the 1900s. She
That's
just
not
read
true.
it. She just read it.
That's
But
not true, bro. We not
Wait,
worried about what
wait.
nobody read, fam.
You
That's
gotta
not
walk
gonna
in a
help
straight
you.
line because
You
I'm
can't.
getting confused. Walk in a straight
Guys,
line. Walk in a straight line.
guys. What is Atlantic slave trade? The only time the only thing they can talk about? They can't talk about like from Jamaica to over here or some. I'm just saying they can't talk about nothing else except that that's the only way they could have got at that one given time.
I
That's all.
think he was. I think he was bored tonight and just wanted to hang out with y'all.
Yeah.
He don't know nothing. He talking about. He don't know nothing about Africa.
What
He
have you
too
proved
busy
that?
trying to be an American.
What have you proved that I do not know?
You too busy trying to be an American, bro. You don't care about African. You don't practice no African culture. That is not an African T-shirt you got on, that little small shirt. Ain't nothing about you African but your edge up.
You see, you keep dodging the question.
Them glasses not it. Them glasses not African.
He
Your
answered your
haircut
question,
not
cuz.
African.
I'm
You
asking
don't
a
care
general
about no
question,
Africa. You
but
trying
you're
to
not
be.
going to
You
allow
trying
me.
to be like us.
Let answer his question. Y'all not. Come on now, y'all not being fair. And
All right, y'all be cool. I'm gonna hop out. Y'all be cool. Appreciate
No,
y'all.
come on
stay
now.
here. Don't go anywhere. Stay
Hey,
here.
All right, go,
I'm
babe.
enjoying it.
Go
Put
to the
some
bottom.
shoes
He
on.
want to talk to you.
Don't
He
worry
want to
about
talk
me.
to
I'm
you. Why
enjoying.
you
Hey,
leaving?
don't worry about me. I'm enjoying it. Hey,
No running. No running.
you ain't got to stop for me. Shit, let's
No
go.
running.
Ain't nobody running from you. Stop
And then
it.
also provide the other person the ability to ask the
He
question.
said
That's
no
what
running.
intellectuals do. I asked the panel earlier, did you guys agree with the statistics that you read? I think majority of you guys said yes. Now I'm seeing changing opinion because of
I
what the
didn't say
gentleman just
yes.
said.
I didn't say yes.
I said majority of the sisters they said yes. They
I
believe
didn't.
it.
About what? Be
I
clear.
didn't say yes
What's
about those numbers.
what's your
This
point?
this
More Europeans came over here, fam.
that's not my question. The statistics
Hold on,
the
hold on,
sister
hold on,
read.
hold on,
Let
hold on,
answer his question,
hold on, hold
please.
on, hold on. I don't even have a question because there's no question he can answer because everything he's saying is made up. He's no different than an indoctrinated Black American.
Okay, let's
Fact.
agree that it's made up. Let's agree that it's made up. There were people on the panel that they believe that. Why can we not make that explicitly clear?
But everything you saying, Z, respectfully, you saying believe, you saying all these words that have nothing to do with facts. You can't even stand on them. Now there's these links in there. You ain't even got to pull them up, sisters. Don't even.
I already pulled one up, but then you didn't say
But
anything.
yeah, that one I didn't want. I wanted the one that actually was dealing with the society that actually moved these people out there to America, and I'm trying to show him where his
From
people
America.
came from. That
Yes,
right
do that.
there lets you know. If you read that article is stating that the Liberians that you would call Liberia, you people came from America in
What
the
year was that?
with the colonization society. It'll tell you right there in the 1830s. You guys went out there hoping to colonize. I shared that with you last time, Z.
I think a
Now
lot
the
of
other
Liberians
now the,
too.
Now the other thing in these other links, what it's talking about is what when I typed in about the British and stopping slavery, right? The British was trying to stop slavery based on the people they was dealing with in the West Indies, right? They talk about the West Indians who was actually running these plantations. And what they were trying to do is trying to figure out a way to compete against us in order to transfer wealth or property or chattel property to them, because we was running the show. These links right there. And I think it's the khanacademy.org, humanities. I mean, a lot of these links is pretty much telling you who was actually running the things, running this whole slave thing. And it basically it states in that one article, in one of the articles where I said where they went out to West Africa, is that they actually have the name of the ship. They said the first ship that moved with the transatlantic slave trade was from Massachusetts to West Africa.
Do you believe that?
You believe everything you see, obviously.
You see how I just sat down and listened?
This is not a pro-Indian website. I'm giving you scholars. This is history.com topics, khanacademy.org. Khanacademy.org is a what you would call an educational website that deals with information. They actually do the history of everything.
Do you believe what you just read?
You believe everything you read.
Man, my thing is this: it's not about believing. It's about being able to have reading comprehension, knowing what you're reading, because basically none of those things that you're stating, they're stating. And most of these websites have nothing to do with a melanated person. All these people are pale skins. They're telling you the history. Now, you gonna argue with them? Go argue with them.
You see how when you talk, I just listen? Because I'm intelligent enough to listen. I have the discipline, because that's what intellectuals do. They listen and make sure that the person articulate their point. That's why I listen.
Absolutely.
So let me make my point.
Let me make my point. I won't interrupt you. Go ahead.
Let me make my point.
Go ahead.
You just read a history about Liberia. That's a second grade history about Liberia being founded by the ACS 1821, 1822 when they went back home. I learned that when I was in the second grade. Liberia existed for at least 300 years before that history.
Mm-hmm. And you see what it was called? It was called Monrovia.
These people was over here for 300 or 400 years. So what does it matter that it existed supposedly over there?
In isolation to the U.S.
You know, we talked about this the last time. What does it matter? Why you keep saying it like that's some significant something? Even if the land was over there, the people were over here. The people were over here for all these hundreds of years. They weren't over there.
Okay, let me
so you keep saying it like they went back home. Like what?
Y'all have to at least allow me to land my point. I won't prove to the brother that what he reading. He reading backwards.
You ain't even got it yet, Z.
So let me clarify that. I'm saying that Liberia have existed more than 300 years in regards to what the brother said. He said that Liberia was founded by Americans. That presupposed to mean that there were no Liberians. It was the blacks that went to Liberia that gave rise to Liberia. Let him prove me wrong. That's the point he's trying to make. And I'm trying to tell him that that's absolutely wrong, because Liberia has existed more than 300 years before that. So I'm almost done. If Liberia has existed, when the Dutch went to Liberia, the Dutch went to Nigeria, they went to Sierra Leone, they started spreading Christianity. Where in the 14th century, how can you then say that it was the blacks that went to Liberia and gave rise to Liberia when the Dutch have visited Liberia in the 14th century? Go ahead.
Now, here's the thing, right? When you look at what was going on at that time, if you actually know how to read, you might be right. I am reading in reverse, because I'm reading in reverse of what history told us in the other direction. See, if that's what I'm talking about, reading comprehension, right? If you can comprehend what you're reading, is pretty much saying at that time that what they wanted to do is they wanted to colonize an area in West Africa. In that article, it says that Liberia, formerly known as Monrovia. Did you see that in the article? It was actually called Monrovia.
Who named Liberia Monrovia?
It's saying it right there in the article.
Do you know where the name Monrovia came from?
They are saying that Liberia was a new name. It was not called Liberia before that. The colonizers that went over there named it Liberia. It was actually
Monrovia was named after James Monroe.
Can you just say no to the question? Can you just say no to the question so you can learn how Monrovia got that name? Can you just say no?
James Monroe. What's the next question?
Thanks. I just want to correct that because you said that it making it seems like the name Monrovia didn't originate from those same guys that went there. The same people that went to Liberia, they were named Liberia Monrovia. That's why when you go to Liberia, right, they have most of the cities, most of the states, they got Maryland in Liberia. Almost all the cities in Liberia were named by the descendants. They took out our villages' name and put European names. But then you will say the place never existed because it was them that went to colonize, which makes sense. But that doesn't invalidate the existence of the people more than 300 years because somebody went to colonize them. That doesn't make no sense, if I'll be honest.
Now, if there was some people that predated that, what I'm saying that your people that went over there named it Liberia. You ain't no different than a colonizer. Your people are no different than a colonizer. You need to really go into the ACS and basically understand what was going on. You guys had an agreement that you guys were going to be an American colony, not an African colony. Come on, Z. Come on, you know better.
Who's disputing that? I'm not against what you're saying. I'm just here to point out. I'm here to point out the flaws in what you're saying. I'm here to help you provide a clear history with better perspective. Because what you're saying is correct. They went there and colonized Liberia. I'm not against that. But I'm telling you that the place have existed. There were hundreds of thousands living in Liberia for more than 300 years before the repatriation or before the Black American went back. That comes to Nigeria, that comes to Sierra Leone, that comes to Niger, that comes with Ghana, that comes with Mali. Those people have existed. That's where the
damn. I wish I was on my laptop. I wish I was on my laptop.
We not from there though, fam.
When you get on your laptop,
he keeps missing the point that Anton is trying to make. You're missing it, Z.
Big Mama, he's not missing it. Big Mama, he's not missing it. Big Mama.
He dodging it because that don't mean we from over there though. That's what he arguing. That don't mean that just all that shit you talk about. And I'm a mute. I swear to God, I'm a mute. That don't mean that we African over here, fam. That's all I'm saying. You can be who you are over there if you want. Anton gonna do what he do, but that don't mean that the melanated copper skin being over here that does his genealogy. That don't mean that he African, fam. So stop trying to put that on us.
Right.
Okay.
Nah, can I say something?
He keeps saying it like. Wait a minute, King Genocide. Just 1 second. He keeps saying it like
King Genocide.
Well, the people these places already existed. They did not, and the people that went over there were not. They were new people. That's what we're saying. To that land, it was new people, new name.
I don't know where you got that from, man. But you clearly didn't get that from no history book.
When
you clearly did not get that from any history book.
Do you realize that these people that you talking about been in America? If you saying mentally that they came from Africa 300 years ago, for how many? I don't know how many hundreds of years. Me and Anton did it the last time. About 400 years ago.
400
years ago.
Yep.
These is brand new type of people. What are you talking about?
The 300 years ago you mentioned it.
Name, you are confusing your own mind. You saying going back. You keep saying going back. 400 years. If you trying to say that those were the people that came over there 400, they are no longer. They don't know nothing. These are the children of children of children of children. They don't know anything about Arab Africa.
And remember, Big Mama, I said this. Out of the 3,000 and some people that went over there, 1,800 died.
Damn.
Stepping foot on that thing. More than half of the people that went over there died. So if that was their land, if they originated from there, why are they dying when they touch down?
And
Whole
then
different
he keep
demographics.
acting like he don't hear what Dots is saying either. When Dots said it was, I don't know how many, 300,000 or whatever, this was, he thinks that she's saying, oh, she's admitting this, and she knows she's trying to make the point that it was that many people and those many hundreds of years. So you talking about 20, maybe 100 people a year or something. I mean, a month. I don't know, because it's very low. It's
Yeah.
very low.
And
So
and and I want to ask the sisters real quick,
He's not
Z.
even thinking about the hundreds of years.
I want to ask the sisters real quick because I really would like to go through these because I want to kind of show the I want to show the brother what's happening. I want to break some of this stuff down fundamentally. But I know King Genocide is up. Other people want to talk, so I'll just fall back for right now, and then basically King Genocide get it off, and then we could go through these articles, and I could point some of these things out if that's all right with y'all.
you want us
All
to
right.
do a debate?
That's cool. Oh, let me say what I'm about to say. So, like the African ancestry over here and over there. So we are people that has been labeled black all over the earth, and everybody labels that. But we ain't got our true meaning, our tribe or heritage, and that's been hidden for a reason. For a reason. Think about it. Why everybody else know where they come from but us? But I digress on that point. But to get to the greater point, I have African and original American. Well, I would call, but and that's not. They don't call themselves Africans. This topic and subject is so hard to dissect. It's so many onion layers that make you cry. Think about it. But what y'all feel about that? No, no bull. Like, why everybody else know where they come from, but wow, nobody tell us where we come from. Like,
That's, that's what I'm here to do,
think
bro.
about it. Think about it. Think about it.
Right. So the
If
enemy think he can come over here and fill all this mess in our heads,
That,
but we
that's
was already here.
that's what I'm
now,
here.
now, I appreciate you saying that. Now, this is what I told the young brother, and I learned this from a white man. Now, think about it. You remember when they taught us back in the day about they packed them like sardines in the ships. Logistically, you couldn't get that many people over here on ships that easy. Let alone back then, they would die in that many months if you packed them like sardines. That's
Wow.
showing you the population manipulation and the statistics. Did y'all catch that, Jim? So it was actually more people, more of us here before they brought more people here. Slavery did exist and stuff, but that the truth is the truth.
Do you
They
like?
lied to us.
Let me
Did
ask
you
you a
did
question.
y'all catch that? Did y'all catch that? I just
But
and
it
before I
twisted
fin-
for what people though? That's the part that people are missing.
Let me
Keep
ask the
in
brother a
mind that
question.
this land was invaded by the undone. This ain't their land. This is
and
not
see
their land.
Do,
and see if you was told this is your land, you would have to be getting reparations, and you shouldn't be taxed on your own land.
This ain't
so
their land. They
let
the
me.
enemy.
I think there's a lot of miss I want to say perceptions. So just to make sure I got a better idea of this discussion, are you guys saying that is the entire platform saying that the transatlantic slave trade, the statistics, the sister rare area, those are all boogers. Those are all made up. It did not exist. Is that what everybody is saying?
No,
Just
no,
for the
no.
record.
Hold on. Let me hold on. Can I finish saying what I was saying? No, I'm saying it existed. But if you look at it logistically, the many people that we was here and was here, people was brought over here. The slave trade existed, but we was already here. There's white scholars who talk about it, but they feel they'll be out. So they chain their doors giving those type of lectures.
I
But
don't
he's
I don't know
that. Can you
when you
tell him
join.
again?
I don't know
Because
when you join the.
I think he's not listening. Even if the slave trade did happen,
Uh-huh.
it didn't happen from African people. Maybe a small portion. They
So
invaded. and enslave the people that was already on these lands because they stole their lands and things.
Who they?
The enemy, the invader, the undone.
But what does that have to do with the question? I'm
A
I'm
lot.
ask, I'm
It has a lot
asking
to do with the question.
I'm asking
Hold on.
if
Ask the
any of
question properly.
I'm
Understand what
asking
that
if
he's
any of you
missing.
guys believe in the statistics the sister read earlier, as per Africans coming here across the Atlantic Ocean in their month of more than
I
300,000.
don't believe
Do
it.
any
I
of you
don't
guys
believe
believe
it.
that?
I don't. The reason why I don't. Who was feeding 500 people chained in them? Even if it was 300. Who was feeding
Yeah.
them? Well, who? First of all, I gotta do my OTK. Who rowed the boat? Who was rowing the boat? But wait a minute. Who was feeding them? Who gave them water? And where was they using the bathroom at? And if they were using the bathroom on themselves, who was going down there feeding them?
So let me give perspective on what both of y'all are saying. Basically, the first seafaring people was us, black people, and we had many different tribes. Even though we can't, we are our own original tribe too. But trust me, we said like, yep, what he said was right, and what you said was right too. But just because two people with perspectives, all right, we looking for two sides of the ocean. But no, trust me. And I could go into some of the more esoteric things. Like there's stones carved in our image all over the world.
What?
Okay. So in summary, you do agree that that happens. Sister Dot, do you agree to that? The statistics you read earlier? Do you think that actually happened in
So
history?
yeah, let me walk with you on that. And I'm gonna walk with you on that. So we now refer to that period of time as the slave trade. But before it was called the slave trade, right? And you look back, even in how they teach it in schools today in history books, it's referred to really as the Middle Passage, and then some will say the triangular trade. The key word in there is trade. Okay, right? So it is true 1000% that trade took place, right, between the Americas, Europe, and Africa. Of course, Asia got in there as well, but in terms of the triangular trade, that was the 3 points, right? We tend to simplify it now and we call it the slave trade, but it was originally referred to as the triangular trade, right? Connecting those 3 points, okay? I'm giving you those figures because out of even those 300,000, right? We now say slave, but many of them came over voluntarily. Many of them came over as indentured servants, right? Many of them came over as a way to flee religious persecution, okay? And we know that there's documented in history, right, that trade was taking place between the Americas, Europe, and even Africa from the 1000. This is not the first time that Africans were brought to the Americas in terms of trade, and Americans was going to Africa for trade and going to Europe. This is documented fact. We simplify it and we tend to water the story down now and we say slave trade, right? But the key word in that was trade. And that was going on pre what we now would consider the 1400s and what you're talking about with the slave trade history, right? So it is important not to water down history and not to oversimplify things. But you keep on driving home the point of the 300, because even if I walk with you with the 300,000, how does that birth what we have today? How does that small percentage birth the culture that is in the Americas that's today? That's not.
Don't forget, it's diluted in the hundreds of years.
There's not. Right. There's not many
diluted.
cultural practices that are shared, right? I'm talking, okay, let's think about 2024 between quote unquote Black American culture and African culture. It's very different. And not only that, so that's my answer to you about the trade, right? Because as we keep saying slave trade, we're forgetting that trade has happened, right? Pre the 1400s between those 3 continents. That's number one. We're also forgetting that not just human beings were involved in the trade, but also, right, natural resources, sugar, a lot of the staples that a lot of African nations today have and use in terms of it came from the Americas. So history shows that there's been trade and a lot of interaction for centuries before even the story goes with Columbus landing on Hispaniola, which is now Dominican Republic and Haiti, right? So I just wanted to walk with you in a straight line, and I say, okay, I'm gonna give you that figure, but that still does not prove anything, Zinnah. And not only that, how are quote unquote Black Americans treated when they go back to what, the quote unquote, when they go back to Africa? How were they treated? We had a sister on here last week, right? Still in Ghana, who talked about that. And actually, I want to play a little bit of her video because I want to play a snippet of one of her videos and what she was saying about why, this is another reasons why we are not the same and why Africa is not my home, right? So that's my answer to you, Zinnah. Okay. I want to play this clip to move this conversation along a little bit. I'm going to share it now, Freedom, if you can play this for me. So let's just remember, right? Because if this is home and if Africa is the motherland, despite the fact that from what I'm told, most Africans, that is not in their oral history that they pass down, right? Many of them don't even the sister on here, Kimberly, said, she's in Ghana, that most Ghanaians, including her husband, haven't even visited the slave castles. That makes you think. And if history is passed down orally, as it is, right? Part of that oral history would include the people who were taken, captured, raped, pillaged across the ocean, but seemingly it's not. So we're supposed to be looking for the Africans, but the Africans ain't looking for us. Kind of weird. But let's play this clip really quickly. And let's see how, quote unquote, Black Americans or African Americans are treated when they repatriate back home, right? To Africa. Let's do that.
Okay.
And this is the sister that was on our show a few days ago. Here we go. So don't get stuck on the slave trade. That's a watered down label. It's the triangular trade, right? That's most important. Here we go.
Yeah, wait a minute. Here it go. There it go.
All right, hold on.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Things and being bad to the locals. Now let me flip the fucking script. If this is home, why do we have to pay to be a resident? If this is home, why isn't our citizenship automatically given to us?
Hi guys, welcome to another video. It's Nagiri here. Thanks for coming. As always, for the subscribers, thank you so much for your time.
Apartments, sold everything. Some people packed up containers and moved over here just to get over here and realize this is not our home. Y'all call us foreigners. Ghanaians call us that. We didn't make that word up. We didn't start calling ourselves that. We don't know that that's what y'all call the white people and the Chinese because we're not around them. But we know that that's what y'all call us. I ain't never heard the word before, Toby, till I came to Ghana. Okay. Y'all invite us home. Let's talk about what y'all do to us. Starting from the fucking before we get to the airport, we got to have a visa that we pay for to even enter our home. We pay all this money for passports and visas to get here. We get to the airport, and as soon as you see a fucking blue passport, everybody's coming for us. Can you give me something small at the COVID place? You get to immigration. Can you give me something small? You get to baggage. Can you give me something small? A person grabbed a damn cart and put my bag on it and got mad because I gave him $5 because I only had hundreds because you come over here with hundreds to get the best, cash in rate. How about he looked at that and said, I don't want that. I said, what you mean you don't want it? I said, I want to know, what did you expect me to give you? He said, $10. I said, so you want me to give you over 100 CDs for picking up a bag, putting it in a cart? He don't know this is like my 5th time coming through the airport. I have never seen nowhere in any country or state where people have openly, it says $60 for foreigners, $30 for locals, okay? You go to Cocoon Park, and I don't remember the price. Let's say $200 for foreigners, because that's what y'all call us, $40 for locals. You go to the castle, it's $60 for foreigners, $10 for locals. I ain't never seen that nowhere. I ain't never went nowhere in the US, Mexico, and Canada where it said you pay, if you a local, if you're from here, you pay $3 for a Coca-Cola, but if you're a foreigner, you pay $8 for a Coca-Cola. I ain't never seen that nowhere except Ghana. Nobody in the airport has ever asked me for no money for nothing. I have only seen that in Ghana. Now let's talk about the fact that y'all welcomed us home and how this process looks to me. According to y'all, the ones that of us that were stolen, so let's talk about the process of coming home. We got stolen from our mother, our birth mother and father. 20 years later, we're probably 26 years old now. Our mother finds us and she said, "Baby, y'all come home. I miss you. Come back home. Get out them streets where they don't love you at and come home." So we drive, take a taxi, however we get to our mother's address, we get there. But before she let us come to the door, she says, "Oh, welcome home. But before you come in, can you pay me $300 to enter the door?" That's the visa to come home. So, okay, we happy to be home. So we paid $300 to our mother to step foot in her house because we're excited to be home to the motherland, okay? We get in there and now it's dinner time. And she has plates on the table for the kids that grew up in the house. And she has a plate on the table for me and my sister who was stolen years ago. And she says, "Oh, my daughters, because you didn't grow up here, my children get to eat free that grew up here. But because you were stolen and you're just coming back, I have to charge you $20 for a plate." So me and my sister, we're so happy to be home. We're confused. We pay her $20 for a plate. Okay. That's the cocoon shit. That's y'all giving us different prices for shit. Okay. Now we're at our mother's house and we're enjoying being there. We see something's a little weird, but we enjoy being back home with our mother. We decide we want to stay. And she goes, "Oh, you want to stay a little longer? You're going to have to pay me $1,000 every year to stay here." That's the residency. Now we're paying her for residency, even though she invited us home after we were stolen from her. Okay. Now we pay the residency. And then we decide, you know what, we want to get on the birth certificate. We kind of like it here. It's a little weird, but we comfortable enough to stay here. And she tells us, "Oh, in order for you to stay here, I have to put my name on your birth certificate. That's going to be $3,000 each, please. And then I will put your name on the birth certificate and you will become a family member." That's the citizenship. That's the citizenship. So how are we home if we got to pay y'all? Why aren't the visas free? If this is home, why don't you make this visa free for us? If this is home, why do we have to pay to be a resident? If this is home, why isn't our citizenship automatically given to us?
As you see in the video, that is what went down. I really can't say much.
Take it. Yeah. I mean, that speaks for itself. Zinnah, what do you have to say to that?
She really went in, man. She really went in on that video. She said some really powerful stuff, but that doesn't in any means takes away Africa from being the motherland. That because she go
What?
home.
Well, if
That
it's
because
motherland, then why you got to keep coming over here to get mama to feed you? Why isn't why you have to come over here to get, to better yourself, to to send money back over there? What happened? To send money back over. I don't get it. If Africa is the motherland, then we should be coming over there to get stuff. We should be wanting to move over there to make our income better and everything. Not coming over here to make yourself better and then holler about Africa to mama land. That don't make sense. Big mama over here.
do you know that
Hey,
the
sis, can I say
the
something?
compare
Can I say something else, sis?
Yes,
Is
Pico. Well, Pico, let him answer that
all right,
question. Then
right,
you say
okay.
something, Pico.
do you know that the comparison you make most of the time it doesn't correlate with reality.
Are you
You
serious?
you
That don't
yeah.
even make sense.
Let me tell you why. You you ill treating your kids, beating them up, maybe kicking them out of the house. Does that any means make them to not be your kids? How does
What
that
are
a
you
comparison?
talking about?
No, no, you're making it seem like because the lady was being ill treated in Ghana, that means she does not have a root to Ghana.
Listen, what I'm trying to say is you have to come over. You said that they come over here, which we know is a fact, from Jamaica, from Africa, from Ghana, Guyana, all them places. They need to come, Mexico, all them places need to come over to America from the backs of what ancestors? the ancestors of the people that was already here and pinch off of them, and they treat us like trash over here. The enemy does. But then y'all people come over here and to get jobs and this, that, and another, to send money back to your families, but yet you call that the mama land. The mama take care of her own.
But my point I'm trying to make is that your parents ill treating you does not mean they are not your parents. How does that comparison live in reality?
Oh, wait a minute, are you sick? Oh, go ahead.
Z,
Ed.
Can I
I'm
can I
not
talk now?
denying.
Can I
Z,
talk now?
I'm not. Let me conclude real quick.
Z.
I'm not denying the mistreatment by the Ghanaian. I'm not denying. I'm not doing that. That is bad. That is very inhumane. But that doesn't any means takes away her roots.
Zinnah, what it means is that she and many others are getting daily reminders that they're not home, that they are foreigners,
I
right?
mean, come on, Z.
How can that's just the bottom line, right? And to your point, when you were talking about finding your roots, chasing your roots, those who choose to take the DNA test, I think even as you said, right, usually it'll say, oh, you're from West Africa somewhere, usually Nigeria area or Ghana, right? Despite the fact that there's no direct descendant, right? We just like, oh, okay. So then you go, and that's the welcome you get. The welcome is the reminder that you are a foreigner, that you're not African. That's the point.
And let me add something to that, because Z, don't be disingenuous. And I'm gonna tell you why. When you decided to come over here, right? We allowed you into the military. We allowed you to fight for America. We allowed you to enjoy this continent, this land, all the fruits, the women, right? Because you don't have a Liberian wife. I guarantee that. And I don't know you. So the thing is that when this sister was just on here, that she played and talked about what happened to her over there, we ain't even talking apples and oranges. We talking about night and day what's happening, where your experience over here versus her experience over there. And you need to do something, because you're on this panel with these sisters, these American sisters. You need to be checking them people on how they're treating, like you say,
long lost family members, allegedly.
Come on, man.
According to Zinnah, that's how you right. That's the point. Give me.
Don't be disingenuous, young man.
Come on.
You better than that. Because if you feel that way, you need to divorce your non-African wife and go get you a Liberian or a Ghanaian or somebody like that. But I know you're not. So you better come better than that when you talk. You're not talking to fools, because now I'm gonna think you insult my intelligence, and I don't like that.
I think you guys mixing what I'm trying to say. The primary point I'm trying to make is that you being mistreated, me disciplining my kids, or even denying my kids, or me killing my kids, worst case scenario, that doesn't mean they are not my kids. That's the point I'm trying to make. I'm not saying those behaviors are good behaviors, but I'm saying that those behavior does not invalidate the fact that your parents are not your parents because they ill-treat you, because they treat you the shit, they kick you out of the house.
And you would know that they're your parents, Zinnah. And how would I know that they're my parents? What is the 100% sure proof that I could say, yep, those are my parents? What do I need to have?
It is obvious that we expect our parents to treat us like our kids.
You're not going to answer my question? That's like the third. Every time I ask you.
Yes, I'm answering the question. It's obvious that our parents should treat us like their kids. If they
How
do
would
not
I
treat
know
us like
that
their
those
kids,
are my parents? How would I know that those are my parents?
Facts.
That's all I want to know.
By birth, by some evidence.
What kind of evidence, Zinnah?
That maybe you know that they don't born you instead of believing that they born you, because no.
Right. And how would I know that, Zinnah?
About the records.
Oh, okay.
Because we know that
we have records. Okay, come on, walk with me. Come on, walk with me now. And if we have records that are stating that who our parents are, why is that not understood and respected? Why are you then still pushing a theory or an ideology that makes absolutely no sense? If we know name, if we know record, birthright, if we have land, why is that not respected, Zinnah?
I think the more you ask that question, the more it proves to me that you are not read history extensively. Because when
So
you have
I'm
read
supposed to
history
take the,
extensively, you
okay.
you come to the conclusion that those things were the primary reason why we were enslaved, because those are some of their agenda to destroy us, make us keep zero record, take our languages from us,
So
even take
Zinnah,
our
if
resources.
the records, Zinnah, if the records state America, then what? If the records, if my parents' birth was in America, if their parents' birth was in America, if their parents' birth, you know, you get what I'm saying, going back however many years, right? And there's records validating that, showing that. So now we're not even just talking about oral history, right? Because I'm using your logic and I'm using your answers. I have records. Now what?
If your record shows you as what now? What's the question? Your record show you as an American, or
it's in that birth. That's right. That in terms of birthright, bloodline is in the Americas. Then what?
I get the question. It's like my children, right? I was born in Liberia. That's my root. I came to the U.S. I got kids. Then maybe 10 generations down the line, those kids says they're not African. Do you think they are not Africans 10 generations down the line?
No, 10 generations down, they would be American if they're born in America, but they would be of African descent, and they would have some record, right? They would know your name. They would have some record showing that you are their, 10th removed grandfather or whatever you want to call it. Absolutely, right? So there's so you are recorded in history, and they have an actual name. They know the place, right? Those are beautiful things. But what if the records don't show that?
This is getting really interesting. I know people on the panel are listening to what you just said. So you're trying to tell us that at a certain point, as one grow, die, at a certain point, there's a cutoff to your root. Maybe 10 generations from now, those guys that came from me, they are no longer me. There's a cutting point. Is that what you're trying to tell the whole audience? That there's a cutting point
in our
root?
Can I speak?
Yes, go ahead. Can you answer the question?
All right.
Speak?
What's the question?
He wants you to answer. He wants you to answer, Doc.
The point is,
I don't know. I don't know what he's talking about. I haven't really, Zinnah. I always struggle with trying to understand what the hell you be talking about half the time. And I'm not saying in terms of like how you talk. I'm saying just in terms of your points and where you're going with the conversation. Right? It gets very confusing. And that's why when we spoke to you on the phone, I suggested that you come with some kind of source so that it's just not a conversation going back and forth, or a conversation that's going to leave me feeling a little bit dizzy, because I feel dizzy right now. I'm just saying I feel dizzy. So I'm going to stop talking. I'm going to let y'all rock out with the rest of the conveation, okay? I'll be in the back, minding my business.
I want to speak real quick. If I can say something real quick.
Really nothing more to say. I don't know what else to say. All right?
All right. Hey, Anton, earlier something you said to him, I think the words you was looking for is he playing with your emotions, Smokey. I think they might have been the words you was looking for. Main man, Zimbabwe, I don't know your name, bro. The African, right? Bro, you got like a condescending type of thing, bro. A lot of the Africans I met, a lot of times they got like this condescending attitude when they start talking about we can talk intelligent to each other and not, no, you know what I mean? Like, yo, we talking intelligent. It's just that you ain't saying nothing intelligent. So, you know what I mean? You trying to, you play these games, man, trying to confuse people. You ain't prove nothing or said anything that had any type of significance at all. I mean, you keep saying something about the mothers and the parents and all this nonsense. Bro, I don't know how many times we got to prove to you at no point in time in history did we come from Africa. We are not Africans, bro. And a lot of times y'all try to talk that African nonsense because y'all want to take credit for everything that we've accomplished in this world and everything we brought to this world, and then come back and say, bro, they Africans, at the end of the day. No, we not Africans, bro. And if you really want to be honest, the first people that was on ships to travel this earth was, coming from out of the Americas. You know what I mean? If anything, we went to Africa first. You know, it's been proven already. The sister was already talking about stuff that y'all got that's not indigenous. You know, fruit, vegetables, all kind of stuff that grow in Africa that's not indigenous to Africa. You know what I mean? My name Pico is a black orange tea. That's straight out of Florida. They sell it in Save Life. You can buy Pico tea. You know what I mean? Like it's Africa is it's I'm not saying it didn't contribute anything to the world, but um uh I don't know. It's that's it's little that I can honestly sit here and say, but that I can think of off the top, especially in comparison to what we've contributed to the world. Um, you know, I was raised just like everybody else with the indoctrination of religion and all that nonsense. So I got the Bible in me and stuff like that. So I would say this because I thought about the point of this conversation because Top Cat's been got off it. This conversation was like beneath him. And I thought about it like why we still sitting here having this conversation. And it's a scripture that came to mind when Jesus was like resurrected Lazarus. He was like, this ain't for this is for all of them. For so they can see and they can know and they can believe because we still got kids that's in school. When I got nieces and nephews that's still in school being taught this nonsense, you know, this indoctrination that they're trying to push on our people so they can steal our land. And y'all don't do nothing except for, you know what I mean? Y'all come over there, y'all basically helping them when y'all come over here and open up stores and stuff like that, and then send the money back to Africa, because y'all know y'all not from here, so y'all send the money back to Africa and don't contribute anything to the communities that y'all set up shop in, which is what every other race is doing. So y'all really in reality, y'all already helping them. But like I was saying, this is being taught so we can spread the word, so we can get it out once and for all, and put this in a grave. We are not from Africa, and we ain't never come from Africa on no ships. It's nonsense. It cannot be proven. And this is part of an agenda to steal our land, to steal our properties, to steal everything, you know, that makes this world go round. I don't know if y'all seen that thing on the news about Black Wall Street. They're not trying to get those people nothing on Oklahoma or whatever. They're not trying to give nothing, despite the fact they survivors and all that stuff. You know what I mean? They know what what we capable of, and you know they want to keep us in slavery, and this is part of the indoctrination, teaching
Okay.
people that we from another land, and they brought us here, and then we gotta thank them because they taught us English. When we came up, we invented English and every other language that exists, especially anything that's worldwide like English is. We invented all these languages,
Come over
and
here.
this indoctrination it got to come to a cease because we still got I Facebook this this show tonight, and I put up here it's a must listen to because we need to be spreading this word to if you got kids in school, we need to be banging on the school system. Yeah, I mean, I already said I'm a part of Abdullah Bay, this little advanced study group. They trying to take the
Okay.
we trying to like this is our land, and we trying to really put our government back the way it was with the matriarchy and all that. But
All
I'm
right.
just saying that to say
Right, right,
we can debate. You know, what I mean, I don't care about Moors,
right.
Indians, whatever name you want to say. I don't care. I personally don't give a shit. You know what I mean? I don't personally care. I know that Pico is an Indian name. Mama was a Seminole, Creek, whatever you want to call them. I'm
Okay.
not here to debate whether or not we Indians or Moors or whatever. I know my
Right, right.
family is from the blood of this land, and I know that part of that indoctrination is trying to take this land from us and give this land to other people. And they use those Africans just like
Okay.
they use every other race to come over here and take our stuff and spend money and resources outside of America from us. And they gotta stop. They gotta stop, bro. And you gotta stop saying that motherland stuff. We
Yeah,
are
we
the mother. This is the motherland,
Got it,
and
brother.
you know
Got
what I
it,
mean.
brother. Got
Everything
it.
came from us, bro. Y'all ain't the
Got it,
mothers
brother.
of nothing. I said it before. Y'all little brother, you little bro. We big bro. All right.
Got it. Got it.
Everything starts from here, from America. It always had been and always will be. That's why everybody want to come over here and suck from mama's tits. Yeah, I mean, y'all want to come over here and suck from mama's tits. Because if that was really the case, y'all wouldn't have no need to come over in the first place. You'll stay home.
All right, brother. All
okay.
right, all right.
Yeah, that was a good point, bro. But just I don't like being misunderstood. So let me just clarify something real quick.
Condescending,
I'm
man.
not
You still
trying to
being
sound.
condescending. Go ahead.
I'm not. I'm not trying to sound. I'm not. I'm not trying to insult anyone's intelligence. I was just saying that our ability to listen as intellectuals speaks a lot about our discipline. Because when you talk, other people listen. When other people talk, it behooves you to listen as well. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say anybody here. No, I can't do that. I'm still learning. It's room for improvement. And then the issue of us coming here, let me address that. That's very crucial. We come here to work because the Americans went back to our place and messed up our economy. The more most of you guys speak, the more it tells me that you have not read enough history to have this discussion.
What?
Because if you have read history to have this discussion, you will first of all know what the intricacies involved in people trying to come to the U.S. You will first of all know that the Bible you're trying to quote, you perhaps have an idea of what that Bible have done to your ancestors, and you're trying to quote the Bible. Perhaps if you
Bro,
quote,
I use that for an example just to
Hold
show
on,
people
hold
that.
on, hold on, hold on.
Okay, go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead,
I'm
bro.
I'm
Go
I'm
ahead.
I'm I'm just being honest.
Let's go.
I'm not trying to just push Africans, push down the throat of blacks as African. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just trying to re-explain the history that we have learned from our ancestors that came before us, like Dr. Clark, Dr. Ben, Dr.
What you just
Walter
said
Williams.
don't make no
I'm
sense.
just emphasizing what they taught. I'm not saying anything new. I'm
Yeah,
not
but
making
that
anything
would
up.
make no sense though. You just said that the undone people went over and messed up the economy in Africa. Are you serious?
Yeah, let me give you an example.
Wait a minute. That's a predominantly black place, right? Africa is. And that's where oil comes from, Nigeria, right? How they mess it up?
Let me explain.
I don't
Liberia,
get
right?
it.
Liberia, right
They
there.
messing up over here.
Let me use Liberia as an example of where I'm from. We used to have the biggest rubber plantation. Right now, we still have the largest rubber farm in the world. Right now, the largest rubber farm, not the biggest rubber plantation, but the farm. Do you know where all the rubber goes? Anybody can answer that.
They're trying to this.
Do
It
you know
sounds
where all the rubber goes? The rubber that
Go
produces
ahead.
billions of dollars out of Liberia. It comes to the U.S. Those tires on your car that says Firestone. Do you know where that rubber comes from to make those tires? You
But
can
I'm
go to
still saying that means that should make Africa rich.
but that's why
Not
I'm telling you
over
that. No, I'm telling you that these colonizers they went back home and messed up our economy. Up to now, they are still doing it. We do not
Oh
have the
man.
big guns to fight. If you know the history,
here.
if you know
If
what the
they getting if they getting the rubber from Africa, then Africa should be paid. If that's what you're saying.
if Africa is being paid, I wouldn't be here. I'll be up there working. But they are exploiting. And then when people try to leave
Oh
and
my
come
God.
here, then they say, "Oh, you leave your country, you came to the U.S."
They
We're not
stupid
looking at
then.
the reason.
Oh,
You're not
I'm
looking
gonna
at
be the
you're not
capital of
looking at
something.
what costs. Go look up what causes Africans to come to the U.S. Then you have a better idea of what people going through up there. Then you at least sympathize
All
with them.
right.
Man, I must be. Maybe I'm crazy.
All right.
Because
Yeah,
if you're
you're not
saying that
crazy.
all the rubber and all this and all that come from Africa, they should be getting paid from all these different places, though.
The rubber in Liberia, Firestone, you can look it up right now. Firestone has been ran by
That's not
America
what
for
you're
more than
saying. Don't make no
100.
sense.
Firestone
Even,
has been.
even if what you're saying is true, in order for the rubber to be made, somebody over there got to be making it. Why are they
Right.
not getting paid for it?
I just told you. I said these guys are being exploited.
Oh my
They
Right.
are being
God.
Right.
exploited and not being paid.
Must be the only
Liberia right now. The other countries have robbers that tap the rubber from the trees. Liberia still have people tapping the rubber with their hands. They have been exploited for more than 150 goddamn
Who's
years.
exploiting them though? Who's
The
doing
American
it?
government. The rubber comes from
How?
North Carolina.
Okay. Look,
How?
Z. Look, Z. Look, Z. No, we about to stop it right now.
The rubber
See,
comes to North Carolina for more
we
than
about to stop it.
150 years.
You gotta
I'm
stop
just
it,
using that as an
Z.
example. Am I
You,
wrong? Prove me
yeah,
wrong.
you're wrong.
Yes.
You're wrong. You're wrong. Because the
Okay.
bottom line is, the American Colonization Society has never left. It's just been renamed and remixed. The bottom line is, you want to jump over the fact, you want to hurdle, pole vault, or whatever you doing over the fact that the people that went over there that created Liberia were oppressed byproduct of the American Colonization Society. As a colony, to do those things. Firestone came not too long after that. The rubber, all the different things that was going on at that time was to exploit that land's resources for the benefit of America. You know that. Now, the one thing that you got to understand is in the 1800s, in the early 1800s, who was running shit? That's why I need you to go pull all those links and I need you to read them and then come back. See, I got stomach for these conversations. I think these conversations need to be had because you're young. Now, my thing is this. Let me ask you a question. When's the last time you've been to Liberia?
I'm going back probably this year. I'm always back home.
When's the last time you've been back there?
I don't remember. I go.
When last you broke.
I'm home more often.
He just said I'm always going back home.
My
And then
bad, my
say,
bad.
I don't remember.
I gotta call you once again.
I'm sorry, Freedom. I didn't hear him. He kind of broke out or something like that.
He
When's the
said
last
that
time you've been?
he said he always goes
Can you
back
guys hear
home
me?
and then says I don't remember.
Okay, he don't remember.
He goes so many times that he don't remember. Yeah, that makes
Exactly.
sense.
That's right.
Right.
All right. Let me
And
ask you
he
a
knows,
question.
right. And he still hasn't told me the person in his family that was sold across the. I'm still waiting for that answer.
Okay, so now let's get to this. Here's my next question. How long have you been married?
I think he said he stepped. I think he stepped away.
I'm not married. Yet.
Oh, you're not married? Oh, okay. I thought the last time you said you were married.
No, I don't think it was me. And just
Lord, you wanna?
correction.
Yeah, I wanted to say something. Peace to everybody. How y'all doing, ladies?
Peace.
What's going on? What's going on? Shout out to the panel. Hey, so Zinnah, you live here in America?
Yes, I live here.
How long? Oh, that's good. How long you been living here?
Yeah, military, everything. You've been in the military, everything, sure.
You gotta speak up, Zinnah. It's hard to hear you.
Close,
Can you speak
yeah,
up?
sorry. Close to 15 years now.
Oh, okay. So you interacted with quite a few people here in the Americas, right? You've heard all our different accents from the north, south, east, west. You've heard all of that?
I've interacted with more Americans and other people around the world than even Africans.
Awesome. Okay, that's amazing. So this leads to my question, and I want to keep it real simple. So you've heard a New York accent before, right?
Yes.
Okay, what group of Africans would be brought here, and who did they mix with to create the New York accent?
I don't know who they mix with, because I think things that accent, those things, they evolve. If you look at our ancestors in America here, the way they sounded 100 years ago, we sound a lot different 100 years ago than right now. So
You don't know that though. So let me go to my next question then. You heard somebody from like England talk, right, with that British accent?
Yes.
Okay. If they stayed by themselves, would their accent evolve or would it just stay the same?
If they stay by themselves,
Uh-huh.
will their accent evolve? That's impossible.
Okay.
In order for your accent to evolve, there gotta be a mix. You gotta be mixed with other people.
You gotta mix with people. Gotcha. Okay. So let me ask you this. The word on the street is that the people like me from the South, we speak English. We get English from England. So where does the country accent in the South come from, even though we speak in English? Where does that come from? Who mixed to create the country accent, given we know how the British people talk?
I think from my own personal knowledge, the country accent comes from, it's basically tied to people who are not too educated.
Say it again.
So, people who are not too educated, people who never really went to school, who are not too lettered.
But if you don't go to school, you still talk to your parents. So you're gonna take on your parent and your societal tonality, the way you talk, your accent. That's gonna come from the society and the environment that you're in. That don't matter if you go to school.
No, it does matter. If you go to Liberia, people that went to college and people who did not go to college, they sound a little different. Even in America here, people who went to college in Alabama, that's my own belief though. In Alabama and attained all the degree.
That's your belief.
Different. They sound different than people who never just went to school at all, because you are intelligent enough to pronounce your voice properly and speak more articulatively than those who didn't go to school.
So this would have been the dumb British people that went to the South.
Most likely, I'm not gonna say the dumb like you said, but most likely, because
So
I
the
know that's how
mhm.
people develop an accent by lack of adequate education.
So when they read, are their teachers speaking the same British accent as them?
I believe so, but the teachers are a little bit more profound. Let me use Jamaica as an example.
No,
Jamaicans every
I want you to stay in America. You because I'm familiar. I'm more familiar with the mainland. So you somewhere in the mainland.
okay, but sometimes when you diversify your approach, it makes people to understand a lot better than just being a little bit more specific to a particular area. In Jamaica, when I speak to my daughter's
Well,
mom, she's Jamaican.
I want you to stay. I want you to stay in the mainland now.
Okay, let me clarify this real quick. I was saying the mainland. My daughter's mom is Jamaican. When I talk to her, I understand everything she says. But when I
Okay.
talk to typical Jamaicans from Jamaica, I don't know what to be saying. So your level of education speaks into the way you articulate stuff.
Well, how long has she been here in America?
But since 13,
Okay. And when did you meet her?
2011, 2012.
But wait a minute. The reason why you understand her, Zinnah, is because she speaks English, right? Which is the language, the official language of Jamaica. So you would understand her. If a person, educated or not, if they're speaking patois, right? Then yes, it might be a little bit more difficult to understand. But speaking patois does not mean you're uneducated, right? That's just the dialect.
That's
So the
not
reason
what
why you understand her is because she's speaking English.
Nah. The
But
point I'm trying to make.
stay with your question because I want you to keep him on that straight line. I love the
So
questions that you're asking.
so Zinnah, let me ask you this: if someone had nobody to teach them, and they just taught themselves how to read, what type of accent would they have?
If they taught themselves how to read, it's obvious that they will have a self-developed accent. Just that it would be
What would it sound like?
based on the surrounding. No one
But
is absolute.
they don't. Okay, so you just said your surroundings dictate how you sound with your accent. So it doesn't matter if somebody is educated or not.
Right.
People don't got to go to school to develop an accent. Do you agree with that?
I think the primary point I'm trying to make is
Do you
those
agree
that
with
are
do you before you move on, do you agree with that?
that you do not have to go to school to have an accent.
Correct.
Yes, I do agree with that.
Okay. So so what group of people from Africa mix with whoever to develop a New York accent?
First of all, the Africans that came to America were not English-speaking people.
That's fine. Okay, go ahead.
They learned English here. English wasn't spoken in Liberia till the return of the Black Americans.
But come back to New York. I want to talk about the people from New York because then we're gonna go down to the South.
So
So if they so you confirm, and I'm willing to accept that the people that came here from Africa, they didn't speak English. Who did
so
they mix with to develop the New York accent? If they started off sounding like you and how you sound today, who did they mix with to create the New York accent?
I don't know if there's I don't know, to be honest, not to beat around the bush. I got no clue because but if the people do not speak English and they came here to learn how to speak English, but logically that question does not balance because if I don't speak English, I learn to speak English here. Then how can I correlate who I merge with to have an accent? How does that question balance out?
Okay, so let's go to the South then. So if an African started off sounding like you with your accent, who did they mix with to create a South Carolina Gullah Geechee accent?
I do not know. I don't know why you're driving that, but I got no clue.
Okay, who would they mix with in Florida to create a Miami, Florida accent?
I think let me point another thing out. Sometimes accents are developed when people try to put jargons into their languages. Like
So okay,
neighborhood.
so who put the jargon in there?
That's where involvement comes in.
And how long
Who?
do you think? And how long would it take? Do you so let's stick with Sword's scenario. So now we have a group of Africans, right, that have just crossed, right, according to the narrative and to the story, right, that our history started with slavery, right, according to you. So now we have a group of starving, beaten, malnourished, sick, you name it, right? People that now are getting off the boat and coming onto this new land. How long would it take them to learn English, do you think? Who would they have learned it from? And how would they communicate with each other? Remember, they're in a very weakened state. So how long do you think it would take those group of people to acculturate and be able to communicate, right? Considering that they've never been here before. And this is how Black people in America came to be, right? We came off the slave ship. How would they have communicated and understood each other, considering they were taken from different parts of West Africa, according to the story, right? They get dropped off in the Americas. Pick a state, it don't matter, pick a region. How long would it take those group of people who are underfed, malnourished, sick, beaten, you name it, rape, pillage, you name it, the whole 9 yards, as the story goes,
to even learn the land?
To learn the land, learn the language, how to farm. How long do you think it would take? And who would they learn that from? Because remember, the English are also, quote unquote, foreigners to the Americas.
And believe me, the enemy wasn't going to tell them how to get away from them. So he was not going to tell them about the land. Only a people that was already here would know the land.
Why you give him the answer? I'm trying to get him to come to the... How long would it take?
The question you're asking, there's not a formula about how long it takes for one to learn new language. That is
there is a formula. You set the pace for that already, because we're talking about people.
When you ask the question,
you said that the people did not speak English before they came over here. So now we got a formula. We dealing with people. So the only thing we got to do is put the puzzle pieces in the right place to figure out how we got these languages. So the accent that you hear the Sweet Dots use, that's a New York accent. Can you please tell us what group of Africans mixed with whoever else to speak English and develop that accent?
These are things that happened more than 300 years ago.
But you study history extensively.
I'm not an expert. Your ability to learn new language is unique to you. There's not a formula that it takes 90 days for this guy to learn this language. There are Africans that came to America here that know zero English. In less than 90 days, they were having a conversation. So it's unique to you, your ability, how important it is that you learn that, how crucial it was for you to learn this.
Well, that's interesting. That's interesting, Zinnah, because you speak English, but listen to how you sound.
Oh my God!
Liberia is an English-speaking country since 1822.
Right, but you don't have a New York accent. You don't have a Florida accent. You don't have a Texas accent. You don't have a Baltimore accent. You've been
here for 15 years.
You've been here for 15 years, and you sound like an African speaking English.
Yes, because I chose no offense to that. I love double statements. No problem with that. Because let me tell you why. Because when you
I have a problem with that though, because I'm trying to figure out if Africans came over here, who taught them how to speak English, and where the hell did the African accent go?
If you listen, you will learn today.
Okay, teach me, brother. Go ahead.
Let me start from Liberia. In Liberia, there are some Liberians that speak English, but they have an accent, even in Liberia. Mm-hmm. You can choose to speak a little bit more profound English than just go by the regular accent.
But it still sounds like Liberian.
Yes, I do understand that. When I came to the U.S., I chose to be able to sound as articulate as I can. Not to sound too Liberian and not even imitate American. I chose to be myself because I'm proud of the way I speak, because I know who I am.
Right, because you're African.
A lot of my friends, Yeah,
Right.
that's why
And
I'm
have you
articulating
heard
that.
them trying to
That's
Lot,
sing
the point.
American songs?
lot of my friends
Wow.
in America here, there are some Liberians, you can't even tell they're Liberian because they chose to go deep and learn all the jargons or how to pronounce the American English. When they speak, you don't know that they're Liberian because they got zero accent. I chose
Okay,
not to do that.
Let
let's
me
test
say
it.
this for real quick, real
Okay,
quick.
go ahead. Go ahead,
This is
go ahead.
one real quick that I've been wanting to say for so long. I've been wanting to say this for so long. And now that I have an African guy that I can actually say this to, you know what? The worst singing I've ever heard came from Africa when they try to sing our church songs, our gospel songs, our regular songs. It absolutely is off key. It just sounds, it's just the worst I've ever heard.
Oh my
You
God.
know,
It just, I mean, the rhythm is off. It
Freedom.
it's like you have this accent that you got trying to sing our songs, and it sounds horrible. I just
I
hate
do you know
can't.
why?
it.
I
I'm
can't.
Do you
not
know
just
why though?
Tell us why. Tell us why.
Because these guys are from a continent that is deeply rooted in their tradition. They speak their own languages. So in order to
This is
blend in, when you
Africa,
come
right?
to the U.S., yes, Africa now. When you
Okay.
come to the U.S., in order to blend in, you gotta be able to either speak and try to sound American if you want to, or you can just try to sound natural. That's how I do. I just sound natural. I don't try to imitate the
yeah. When
American
y'all
jargon.
sing your own stuff,
So
when you
so
Okay.
sing,
you don't
So
expect people who
Zena.
speak different language.
Uh-huh.
Their first language is now in English, and come to the U.S.
Yellow
and,
leader.
and,
She
and
said
try
she
to
didn't
sound as
eat.
articulate in singing
slowly.
American songs that you may expect. I don't think that's a fair comparison.
So
All right.
Zena.
All right, ladies. All right, Sword. I'm gone.
I've been wanting to say that
When,
forever. I'm just
when
saying,
I mentioned
all right,
when I
peace, brother.
when I mentioned that the robot from
Hmm.
Liberia was being brought to the U.S.,
Wait,
somebody
wait,
said I
wait,
was
wait, wait,
wrong.
wait.
Can
Before
you
we go
tell
there,
me why?
before we go there, I just want to do. I just got two more questions. Uh, all right.
somebody should have damn near busted their eardrum.
Hey, so Zena, in Atlanta, we say shouty. I want you to say that in the best Atlanta way you can,
Nah.
and if and
Nah.
if you, I want you to hide your African accent, and I want you to say shouty.
Charlie.
I'm not doing this.
Now wait, okay, in
I'm not doing this.
Dots, you can help me out with shorty. So
Hey,
Dots,
Shorty.
can,
Listen,
It's your birthday. You want to party? Like, it's your birthday.
listen,
Did that sound right?
listen.
Say it again.
Hey,
Wait.
yo,
I
y'all wrong, bro. Y'all wrong, bro. I gotta say that.
Hey,
Yo,
Shorty.
What is
It's
y'all,
crazy?
your
yo, come
birthday.
on, bro.
We going to
Stop,
party like it's your
bro.
birthday. Even though we don't give a fuck, it's your
Oh
birthday.
But
man.
I think the point is that you still have, like, you've been here for 15 years, right? You've been here for quite a long time, and you didn't come over here in a ship, right? You didn't come over here in bondage. You came over here free will, right? You eat well, you sleep well, and you still have a very thick Liberian accent. No matter how you try, you could live here for probably another 30 years, right? And you're gonna always still have your mother's accent, like your tongue, right? From
Because
Liberia.
because
Because
I
you're
choose
from
to.
Liberia. That's the point. But that
Nope.
was his point. So that's why I was asking you, how long do you think it would take, right? A group of people who are in bondage, who are not in the best of health, they can't communicate with one another because according to the story, they all came from different tribes and regions, right? So they all speak a different dialect, right? So if 15 years later, you still have a very thick Liberian accent and you have not experienced any of those hardships, right? How long do you think it would take those group of people to acculturate and then have a New York accent or a Georgia accent, right? Or a South Carolina accent? And
That,
where
that
would they have learned that from?
that question falls right on its own face. I told you that it is unique to an individual. Me coming to the U.S. and still maintaining my Liberian accent, I chose to do that. I
Even
chose
if
to
you didn't choose,
maintain
you
the
would
way I
still
speak.
have a Liberian accent.
I could
Sorry
have
to see you, bro.
changed. No, I'm telling you that it's a decision making process. I could have
Oh,
chose to start emulating the way the Americans speak. I could have chose to go that route.
Bro,
There were
you
guys
can't
that came
emulate
to
us, bro. Bro, you Michael Blackson getting jiggy with it. That's, you getting jiggy with it.
but
Okay?
but but
We can't get jiggy with this shit, man.
the bottom line is that it's an
Zena,
individual. It's an
do
individual thing.
you
It's unique to
do you
you.
really think you can hide your accent from someone who lives here? Do you really think you can hide your accent?
But
No,
now I think it's too late now.
it'll never happen
Oh,
because
Reginald's trying.
It's too
Reginald
late now.
sing a song. Reginald, first of all, I can sing. Let's just make it. Let's just make sure you understand that. Okay. Second of all, it's a different melody. The melody is different. That's the only thing I'm saying. Indian culture is American culture. It's how we do things differently. Our stuff is R&B. Just put it like that. I'm not trying to be smart when I said it. I'm just saying it don't sound right to me. It irritates me. Even
Zinnah,
when
I have a follow-up question to that. So let's talk about the things that maybe you know, being from Liberia. What is one of Liberia's traditional dishes or main dishes?
Liberia has the best food in the whole world. One of the best traditional dishes out of more than maybe 50 can go with cassava
Bro,
leaf.
you better smack yourself, bro.
It's what?
Smack yourself.
Hold on, Pico. Let him go. Go ahead.
Cassava leaves.
Right.
I'm gonna give you more than one. Got fufu. You probably have heard fufu before. But
Right.
fufu is like an African thing. It's not just Liberia alone. It's not unique to Liberia. But there are other food that are unique just to Liberia alone. Cassava leaves. We got potato greens. We got spinach. We got
Pause.
cabbage.
Hold on. You don't even need to go any further. Cassava and potato. Let's just take the first two that you just listed.
Yes.
Those two vegetables, right? Those two ingredients, cassava and potatoes. Where are they indigenous to? Are they indigenous to Africa? Are they indigenous to America, to the Americas? Where do they come from?
They come from Africa. They are indigenous to Africa for more than 10,000 years.
No, they're not. They're not. Cassava, no, they're not. Cassava is indigenous to South America, right? And potato is definitely indigenous to the Americas. And how it got to Africa, right, was through trade, right? And that right there that's why it goes back to my original point, right? Of it's not so much of the slave trade. It shows, number one, the influence, the American influence around the world, but let's just stick to Africa. But it also shows that trade has been going on and has coexisted and been there for centuries, even before the slave trade happened. So it's interesting that even in Liberia, right, that your main dish is made with vegetables that are indigenous to the Americas.
That's very interesting because my Filipino friend in the military, he came to visit me one time, and I cooked some really nice cassava leaf. And he started to ask me, "Were you dating a Filipino?" I mean, what do you mean? He said, "Because how the hell do you know about cassava leaf?" He thinks cassava leaf comes from the Philippines.
No,
like
I just told you where it came
potato
from.
greens. No, I'm just trying to provide a better concept. Like you think potato grain comes from the U.S., that's how he thinks. If you said that to my Filipino friend, he's not going to agree with you.
He might not, but he doesn't have to, right? Because all the sources says that. If you want, I could even look on Wikipedia and it'll tell you where the damn cassava leaf and where the damn potato originated from. Are we really going to do that right now? Because you have not provided any source, I'm not going to continue doing so because it's like it's a waste of my time. Because all we're doing really is talking. You haven't shown anything, right?
You read what Juice said. Read what Juice said, Dots.
Liberia has the best food in the world, and it all comes from America. The main dishes. I mean, but that's all around Africa, right?
Yes, sir.
It originates in America. I just wanted to point that out because, again, it shows you the influence, and it also shows you that trade has been happening even before the quote-unquote slave trade or the triangular trade or middle passage, as they say in history books.
And they do get our dancers packed down. I've been seeing them get down a little bit on them little shorts and stuff. The little kids be doing them American dances.
I don't know how long you can trace cassava here in the U.S. or wherever you want to trace that from, but Africans have been eating cassava, and that predates.
Y'all been eating it since we gave it to y'all. That's more than indoctrination. More than indoctrination. Bro, you can't get jiggy with this shit, man. Let it go, bro.
We've been eating cassava prior to America coming to existence. That predate the existence of America. We've been eating cassava back home. That's why our ancestors eat all the time.
What is
cassava, fufu.
Well,
That's the
we don't eat
mean.
them
That
big possum things that y'all eat running around in the village and stuff, getting them and be carrying them on your back. The big possum things y'all be eating. I
the food
forget what
we eat.
they call them. The
Hey,
big thing look like a big rat that y'all be eating. I don't know what it is. I just can't.
Even me, I don't know what it is because
Bush meat.
I don't even
Bush
think we do
meat.
that.
They call it bush meat. They call it bush meat.
Bushmeat can apply to any animal. That be realistic, man. Let's stop playing. That be
hey,
a
No,
little bit more
Zena,
authentic.
not eating that.
Zena, Zena, for y'all village, for y'all village homes, what type of material do y'all use to build y'all village homes?
Mud, use dirt.
They put pepper in
You
it.
know when they're doing construction, those brown dirt they try to compact before they put the cement on it. That's what we use to build our homes in the villages. They use the sticks. They put the sticks and tie the sticks with some butch or rope, make it a little
Oh,
bit stronger, and then they use the mud and just it's beautiful, man. You need to take a visit up there, bro. You guys are losing out. I'm telling you, man.
Hey,
Because
bro, fufu is doo doo, bro. Bro, we so infamous. We so stone cold blooded with it. No's got a song with Busta Rhymes about fried chicken, bro. Ain't nobody seeing a black woman, the so-called black woman, with none of that, bro. We so cold blooded. We made people eat pork intestines, bro. Stop it, stop, bro. You don't want to go
so
down the south. Y'all don't want that
all of a
smoke.
sudden they making
You don't.
macaroni and cheese now. Them
so
and
so
the Jamaicans
so let me
making macaroni and cheese and all that stuff. Now those are not their main dishes. Potato salad and all that. They don't do that normally.
if you want to eat real food that is genetically modified free, that is that prevent you from the long future
We don't even use the
sicknesses.
same
You need to start
seasonings.
eating Liberian food. Liberian food, I can challenge
Bro,
anybody.
come
I can
on,
put my
brother,
life
man.
on the line.
Everybody's food is
It's the best
genetic
food
at this point
in
in
the
time, bro.
world.
If you gotta
Nobody
come
can
back over
challenge that.
here, Dr. Fabian in South America to get cures for what you know what I mean? Y'all gotta come back over here to get cures, bro. Yeah, I mean, that's in the rainforest, that's South America. Stop, man. You can't get jiggy with it, man. All
When
right.
I'm trying to
Let it
provide
go, bro.
when I'm trying to provide the audience with better food for them to eat and be healthy, you need to stop interrupting because that's very important. The food you eat
Bro,
determines how
you
Yeah,
long you
yeah,
live.
condescending and we don't know what you're
Let
talking
them
yeah.
about.
y'all
He
let
trying,
Yo,
them
he trying.
bro,
The food you
stop,
eat
man.
determines
Stop,
how
man.
long you
You
live.
can't get jiggy with this shit, man.
You
Let it
see,
go. Like, yo,
my
But
yo,
auntie,
you
but
didn't make no
Pico,
points
let them
yet, bro.
finish.
No
Pico,
points.
please let them finish. Be
my
nice,
auntie,
Pico.
bro. Don't say
I'm
nothing.
sorry, I'm
Don't
sorry,
say
but
nothing,
this
bro. Don't say
guy,
nothing.
you know, he being very
Pico,
condescending and
Pico, can you let
all
him
right, all
finish
right, all
that
right,
one
all right,
thing? Be good now. Come
all
on
right,
now.
all right. I'm going.
Nobody
All right,
should
all right, I'm
take
pulling. I'm a turn.
Nobody should take anything personal. When you're talking to me as per African history and food, you gotta have thick skin as an intellectual. You brought this up, be ready to go with the flow. And the food back home, right? People who go back to Africa and taste the Liberian food when they come back. Right now, they are blacks Americans asking me to teach them how to make Liberian dishes. Because when you eat the Liberian food that is well prepared, you will throw away all the garbages. Everything
Well,
else you
that's
eat that is
nice.
genetically modified, you will stay away from that. Because our food comes from the soil. No goddamn chemical. It goes through the period of growth. It gets mature and we eat it. No orange is made in the library. We don't do that.
Well,
That's why
that's
our food
very
costs
good.
a
But
lot.
Zena,
Very
but
chicken.
Zena, but
We
Zena, you know that's not true, bro. You know people that leave in all of those countries in Africa. If they leave Africa, come to America, stay here for a few years, and then go back, they can't eat that food and
They
still
don't want
maintain
that.
their
That
same
could be
health.
the soul food. Tell them,
You
Swan.
know they can't do that, man.
That,
Because
that, that,
the water is not as purified as the same.
It don't even
Come
take
on, man.
the
You
same
know that.
oh man. You
It
see,
don't even, I can go to
that's
Jamaica
that's
and try to cook a meal like I'm cooking it in America and it don't taste the same. It's like the meat is different. Everything is just don't taste right.
That's why this discussion is important. Because the more you
Okay.
guys talk, the more you explain to me that you got zero clue of what's happening in the motherland. The more you explain to me your lack of knowledge when it comes to the decency of African food. That's what you guys doing tonight.
Okay, so I'm gonna teach you. I'm gonna demonstrate to you that I know a lot about the culture by asking this question. When Africans come over here, can they go back to Africa with iPads and iPhones without getting robbed?
Oh man. Yeah, I'm really loving this, man, because it's just exposing a lot of stuff. I think I will let you guys talk the most because the more you talk, the
Okay,
more I
so
know
so
how
let me
much
ask
you do not
so let
know.
me So let me ask another question then. When
Let me answer that. Let me
no,
answer that.
hold on, wait. Let me ask you. You can take both of these. When Africans leave Africa, come over here, go to college, and then go back home, do they families sometimes put them up for ransom?
So can I answer both of them?
Yeah, sure.
We need to do this again. Just not on the Black American African thing, but just this. We need to do this again. There's a lot to learn here because
Okay.
you guys are exposing your lack of knowledge as per real
Teach me,
happening.
brother. Teach me,
So
brother. Go ahead.
when Africans come here and land, when they go back home, those Africans have pride in their root back home. They become like the center of knowledge because the schools out here they are highly respected. I'll be honest, they are highly respected. The school back home, the education is good, but the schools are compromised. So I'm not gonna
But
compare both of
compromised
them.
by who?
Compromised by the people because the
By
teachers.
your own people,
Your
right?
own people. Make sure you say that.
Yes, by our own people.
Oh,
But
okay.
then,
So when those people come home, do they become a target?
why would they become a target? Most
Because
of
the
them
school,
go
Well,
because
home.
the
he
school,
did stuff
because
that
this,
the Liberians
No,
was
they
treated
go
different.
because
home.
you said the school was already compromised.
Yes, but it's a bigger picture. The school being compromised by the people. That's just the surface of it. We can go deeper than that. You can get a
So you
better idea.
so
But when the people go back
the
home,
enemy of progress now has integrity.
who enemy of progress has now has integrity? What do you mean when you say that?
The person who would be the compromiser in the West African schools would be an enemy of progress, right?
No, that's not how the compromiser works. The
Okay,
compromise.
teach me,
This
brother.
is how compromised the system is. Like
Mm-hmm.
the schools, the government is now formed like the way the European governments are formed. So that provides room for corruption. Like for example, if the teacher teaches almost 200 students, for example, in the 10th grade, and sometimes he don't get paid on time. If he don't get paid on time, and students that he teaches cannot meet the required standard, like the passing grade, sometimes they compromise. That's where the compromise comes in. Sometimes they give him money, and then he add a little bit more grade on the grade already made to provide a passing grade. That's how
So
compromise it is because the teachers are not
with
being
him
paid
not.
on time.
Mm-hmm. So, but this is a person, not a technological issue. It's a person that didn't pay him on time, right?
It's a government. I'm talking about institutions. It has been
Right.
institutionalized.
And these institutions are people, right?
Yes, institutions are formed by people.
Okay. So the person that didn't get paid on time, was this a technology issue or was this a people issue?
It's a government issue, leadership problem.
Right. And the government is made of people.
Yes, made of the same people.
Okay. So if your institutions have been compromised, when someone comes to America, I'm asking you this question because I know somebody who this happened to, and this is regular, especially for places like Nigeria. So for you to tell me that I don't know, I'm telling you that I know through my questions. So when somebody comes and they go back with iPhones and people over there don't have iPhones like that, they don't have Mac laptops like that. You mean to tell me these people ain't getting robbed? They not getting set up by their own family because they family need money? That shit ain't happening over there?
I think you're not looking at the bigger picture. The question you just asked that can be applied to anywhere in the universe. That can be applied to Chicago. It can be applied to Colfax in Colorado. That happens
We
everywhere.
talking about
If you no
Africa right now.
hold on.
We
I don't.
talking about Africa.
Yeah, sometimes I like to prioritize my approaches to provide a clearer context. That's why I
No,
kind of
we
stick
don't.
to
We not
examples and
talking
stuff.
about America. We talking about Africa right now. You said you finna school us on Africa. Don't
I'm
come over here to America. Let's
I'm
stay
saying
over there in Africa.
I'm saying that to say that anywhere where there's limitation of resources, you are prone to go to get corrupt. If you
Okay,
go
so now
somewhere
let's
where
talk about the limitations on resources in Africa, because this is what's causing all of the issues over there. So what resources are you guys lacking in Africa?
if you go to Africa with an iPhone, depending on where you go, if you go to Chicago with an iPhone, depending on where you go, you're not gonna have no
Bro,
goddamn iPhone.
we talking about Africa right now. Let's stay in Africa. You said you finna educate us on Africa.
And that's what
I'm
I'm doing.
telling. Okay, so stop talking about Chicago. I want you to focus on Africa. You can pick any country. on the West Coast. You can start with Liberia, or you can go anywhere up and down that
Yeah,
West
let's
Coast
stick
of
with
Africa.
Liberia. I can help him out.
Okay,
Okay.
rational thinking. I'm rational thinking. I would like to believe that you know that anywhere where there's scarcity of things, whoever has those things, you become the target. It's not unique to Liberia, Nigeria, Ghana. It's unique to community. Let's say community basis. I can go to Nigeria right now and walk around my iPhone. Nobody gonna steal it. You want to tell me nobody in Nigeria has an iPhone?
Do the majority of the people live in the city or in the villages?
Majority of Nigerians live in the urban area. The cities
Exactly.
are not that developed. Not the city. I mean the urban area.
Right. So they
Doesn't
lack
have electricity.
so even the best
Let me
cities lack
help Zena
resources,
out.
right?
Let me help Zena out real quick, Sword.
Okay.
Right? But you know, it's going to always be a circular conversation. Because again, you know, we're just talking. He's not really showing anything. So the only people that's showing anything is on this side. I think this is probably like the second or third maybe source that I showed. But this is just, you know, let's talk about the how America still is helping, right? The American influence, talking about trade, and you asked the question about the lack of natural resources. Because I know Zena mentioned that you know, it's important to eat food that's grown from the soil. You're absolutely right, and that it's healthier, non-GMO. But that's so interesting because yet and still, right? If I take a look at what this is the screen is showing, it says top 10 exports to Liberia in 2023. So this is last year. This comes from the USDA, which is a government website, and it shows just how much, you know, America still is exporting. And this is food. I haven't even gotten into anything else. Right? We're just talking about basic food stuff that's being exported to Liberia. Okay, so poultry, meat products, right? The total value $3.84 million. Okay, just last year. Food preparation, condiments and sauces, millions of dollars being exported to Liberia, right? Rice, which is another staple, right? It's something that's in the main dish, not just in Liberia, but in most African nations. Rice definitely is a staple ingredient in most of their foods, right? That's being exported to Liberia as well. Okay, and then it continues down, and then when you click on the hyperlink, it talks about how from how much we export, how much revenue like the Liberian government can cash in when they resell it to their people, right? So I just wanted to help you out, Zinnah, and I wanted to move the conversation along a little bit. But, you know, I just wanted to show this to the people because, again, and still it shows our influence, right? It shows trade is still happening between the Americas and Africa. But why is it that Liberia needs to import, right? Staples such as rice, chicken, meat, different types of food preparation. We're talking about millions and millions of dollars. And this is just for 1 year. This is for 2023. And this is from the USDA website.
I think some of the questions that you guys are asking doesn't really hold water because every country import and export. Do you know how many percentage of the American goods come out of the U.S.? Anybody can answer that?
Zinnah, we're not going to answer any more questions until you answer one.
So
one.
that means Liberia. That means Liberia importing things is not unique to Liberia. About 45%.
It shows, right. It exactly. It shows it shows a lot of things. It shows the dependence, right? I think actually it's very sad. I feel terrible, really and truly, because these are things really that Liberia should be able to grow themselves, right? And feed their population. But this is just from the United States of America. I'm not even talking about the stuff that Canada exports, because that's still in the Americas. I'm not even talking about things that Brazil, which is supposed to be a third world nation or developing country, they export, right? I'm just sticking with the United States of America last year.
Liberia is it's not just only Liberians that live in Liberia. You got Americans live up there, they got Chinese, they got Indians, it's got too many different people live up there. So the idea of people exporting things to Liberia, I don't see the basis of that. That doesn't have any means takes away the fact that our food is grown through the soil. I buy
You
food
And
don't
here.
that's a
see the
lot of the
basis of
food
I
what?
that
I
you eat
I
are
I, I
staples
buy.
that come from America. That comes from the
Yeah,
Americas. That's the
I
point.
can dispute. I'm not disputing that.
And
But
okay,
I'm telling you that
I mean,
the
Do
food
you
that we
agree
eat,
with it? Do you agree with it? Do
the
you
I'm
agree?
food
Do
gets
you agree
taken to
with it?
Liberia. There are a lot of food that gets.
Do you agree with it though?
I do agree because
Okay, thank you.
I know the nature of a country that people
It has
export and
taken him
import a
almost
lot
2
of things.
hours to finally say okay. Okay.
But why should that
Good
be too
job,
difficult
Dots.
to
Thank
agree
you.
to? That's easy. That's an easy question. It is widely understood that every country import and export. Liberia is not the only country. It's not an island that it can do that. But my point is the food that we
What's
eat, like
Liberia? What's
in
Liberia's main
in in,
export?
in America here is rubber. In America here, we go to African stores. You look in your neighborhood, just put African stores and go to those African stores and see if the food in those places if they were made in America. That's how you prove me wrong. Because you go there, you found out that majority of the food in African stores in the U.S. comes from Africa. You can prove me wrong by doing that tomorrow. So the point of you
Tomorrow.
comparing,
That's a damn lie.
comparing, comparing, trying to invalidate my point because America shipped things to Liberia.
Now, do I gotta show a source just to shut you up and show you like that? Even in your that's why I asked you the question, what is your one of your main dishes? And you go on and you talk about cassava and potatoes, and I say that those staples originated in the Americas or what have you. Like, what do I need to? So you want me to pull up a source to show you that, even though you showed none? You want me to? And then what you're going to tell me is you're probably going to go around that, right, and find another angle or find another road to go to. Ain't nobody trying to be dizzy, Zinnah. Ain't nobody trying to be dizzy. And why is the United States still exporting staples that's main dishes in your country? Why is that? Why are the main dishes, the national dishes, why are some of your most popular dishes made with ingredients that originated in the Americas? Why do you think that is?
That's a good question.
I don't, I don't, I don't think that Liberia depends on the food for America.
Boy, you a
I just showed you a
politician, boy.
source. I just showed you.
You,
I'm
you are a
I'm done.
politician.
I'm done, y'all. I can't.
Hey,
Do
bro,
you know what?
what they
Do you know
say?
what I'm telling you that?
Zimbabwe or
I'm
Michael
telling
Blackson,
you
whatever
that.
your name is. We don't
I'm
believe
telling
you.
you
You
that.
need more people, bro. Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
telling
you
you
made a
that.
big mistake coming up here by yourself, bro. And
I'm
on top
telling
of
you.
that, you keep talking about stuff that's imported and exported in America. Yo, everybody know at this point in time that the so-called USA corporation is doing all that stuff. They doing all that to try to shut the economy down and destroy us. That don't mean that y'all stuff better than us, and it certainly don't mean that none of y'all stuff originated. You know what I mean? Like everything that's pretty much good and all that stuff originated here. And you got like some, you must be out of your mind, bro. Most of that stuff, you know what I mean, came from here in the first place. You wouldn't even know nothing about it, bro. If we didn't get on ships and travel this earth and give most of the earth what they got right now, this show is for anybody to give their kids and you know what I mean to pass on. This ain't for you, bro, because at this point in time, it's like you came on here not knowing nothing, and I think you know less now than you did before you came on here. Like your head is knotted up, man. Like you know what I mean. Main man is like knotted up. He can't even see right now. You know what I mean. We done lumped him up so bad. He don't even know what he talking about. Like he just talking. You know what I mean. He trying to like crawl out the ring or something like that. So I mean, we might you know just
It's over.
somebody put a grave.
Can
Just
you
put the tombstone on main man. Because
can you
at
be
this point in
specific?
time, it's only a learning lesson for the so we can pass this show on.
Yes,
And
the
it's a big lesson for anybody else that all those Pan Africans that want to bang out and keep the nonsense going as if any of that stuff is real. Yeah, I mean they need to get a see this show so they can shut up and stop. You know what I mean? And we can put it there once and for all.
Okay.
All
If
that
if you
foolishness,
if I
bring
so-called black
sources.
criticize
We don't
people.
waste our
You
time.
know,
if I criticize
yeah,
if I criticize
this ain't for
something
us.
that you
This
said,
this is for us to pass this on so people can see and know what's really what. Yeah, I mean, because this guy he can't even hardly breathe right now. Yeah,
I
I mean,
think
so
whenever you on the type of platform, you stand out. What you say stands out if you can be specific on you trying to criticize somebody as per a particular issue. You said that I got zero knowledge of what I'm talking about. Can you be specific? What I did mention I got zero knowledge about? So at least for the audience who are
Everything.
listening, but everything like what? Because
That happens over
Everything.
here.
I understood that the more you guys spoke, the more you guys
Okay,
exposed your lack of
I'll be
knowledge. I
I'll be
understood that.
specific. I'll
I
be
understood
specific.
that the more you
So
spoke, you agree
let
that you are reading backwards as elaborate
let's
history.
No, bro, it's reality. You the one that's backwards. Every time you speak, we proving that how bad it really is. The fact that you don't know what you're talking about, but not this ain't about you, bro. It's
What have
about
you
all the rest of the Pan Africans and anybody that's pushing this indoctrination. You know what I mean? Because they still trying to push this stuff to school, even though they already know their time is really up. You know what I'm saying? Like the time is really up. They only got a few years. You know what I mean, bro? If you trying to say, yo, I mean, think about this, bro. The Olmec statues and those statues that's all throughout South America is, they 1,000 years old. That right there eliminates any nonsense about coming over here 400 years ago or whatever. That right there, bro. Whoever made those statues had advanced technology to carve those stones in the first place. That's all in Mexico, all throughout the South America. So we don't even have to have this conversation really with you. This really is for everybody else to stop with it. You know what I mean? The forgiveness. This is the story is just it's playtime. You know what
have
I'm
you
saying?
ever
This is like elementary.
have you ever
Elementary. For y'all to other think that you had a one up on us, bro. Y'all little bro. Little bro. I mean
have
like
you
baby bro.
have you ever read anything at all?
Stop, man.
All right, let's get
Michael Jackson,
Haru the
stop, man.
Guru in, please. He's been waiting. Haru de Guru, you have
Can't
a
get jiggy with
question
it.
or
You
peace
can't get
Aru,
jiggy
peace
with this
Aru.
anymore. You
welcome.
can't get jiggy with this anymore.
You need to go
Well,
study.
How
let
y'all
Haru
doing?
talk, please. That took the.
How
Thank you.
y'all doing tonight?
Peace,
Okay.
peace, peace, brother.
Greetings, some people. You know, I'm a commit guy. But I just want to know where is this division is coming from now. It's just like everywhere. Like Pan Africa. We from America. Now it is true that the voice and those accents proves that if Africa came to America, it was 1,000 or so more years ago. And they've gotten their own culture by then. But that's proven. I just want to know one big question though that to me is not proven yet. Is did the earth was seeded all at one time? Like people in Asia, people in South America, people in Africa, people use all humans started at one time, or was it a central point? Because I have to lean towards Africa being that central point because of a few things I was researching. And plus, Kemet tell us, Hot Pataka is that city, of the black land people came from. It's a source that kind of point that. But what I will end on is when I looked at this map, these ancient maps, 500 years worth of African maps, one of the first maps of America by one of these white folks, it had Florida before any other name of anything in America. And it had of Cuba, Jamaica, and another city that they still got the same name 500 years later. And what made me click because the lady said we had trade long ago. And I'm looking at these maps from 1400. We got trade ports, Mozambique, Algiers, Tunisia, Tripoli. We was trading. Africa was moving back and forth to the Americas because we all the same people. It's just this mix and this racial divide is, I don't want to get that deep with it, but last thing I say is I'm preparing the chart. I just want to see how long have these countries in Africa, based on these 500 years worth of maps on prints. I'll put the link in the site if y'all ever want to look at them. These countries kept their same name. And I've been noticing New Guinea, one of the ones probably going to be the one that kept their name the same. So I just want to know why New Guinea and then Negro land, they named one of the maps. I had to research that word. And then it became clear to me why they called it that. It was the Niger Valley, it was a black looking river that some of them described when they did finally penetrate. And
Can I ask you something though?
yes,
So
ma'am.
so who was? Oh, okay.
Sword, I just want to ask him, when he was younger, did his grandparents ever tell him that they were Indian? They were from these lands?
I
Correct.
believe
I asked
well,
a specific
I don't think
question.
they use the word Indian though.
But they say black a tribe, then they give you a tribe
I
name.
think that's a new word that been used since
Okay, that
maybe
might be
the
a misnomer, but come on, let's do this. But it's not. But at the same
Nah, it
time,
ain't no misnomer.
that's what I'm
I
saying.
believe no, hold
That's
on.
what
I do
sometimes the
believe,
Moors say.
yeah, I
I'm
ain't
just
gonna beat
trying to
you up
get
by
to
the
the
word.
question. I don't mean no
I do
harm.
believe because most
I
of
was
my
just trying
family
to
is
get
from
to the
Florida,
question.
right? And the reason why I mentioned that Florida was written on the first map, I believe that was okay, the tribe of Indians, y'all want to call it.
Oh no, I want to ask you specifically
No,
because
none of my grandmas ever said I was an Indian.
oh, did they say your family or anybody? Because I know they didn't tell you was African.
Nope.
They didn't tell you that either, did they?
Nope.
And when you was younger, this is hypothetically, did you see a lot of Africans growing up? Where you grow up at?
Florida.
Okay, did you see a lot of Africans? I know you seen a lot of Mexicans.
Not a lot, but a few.
A few, right? Me either. You. What about you, Swart? And Swart, I wasn't saying that it wasn't. You know, some of the Moors be saying that it's a misnomer, so that's why I said that.
Right.
I didn't know if he was a Moor. Now I was just trying to get to the question.
Correct.
Nah, out of all of my from K
Dr.
through
Walter
12.
Williams said ain't no such thing as no word commit. To be honest with you, he said it's just.
Who said that?
Dr. Walter Williams.
Oh well, I mean, he have an opinion
No, he has the proof.
that there's no such word as Kemet or
No, he
Comet.
said that's a new thing that we started as we started saying that a few years ago. He said not even that many years ago. Yep.
Ooh,
Hmm.
I don't believe that.
Dr. Walter Williams also
It's
explained in some of his,
I don't know
his,
how you can
his
dispute some of these stone writings.
But
We've
Kemet is a place. Metu Netter is two different things in a place, but it's not the same. And like he said, ain't nobody ever deciphered it. And I got right up on the platform and made a scribble and asked the people, well, what it mean? Because I would be the only
so
one
you
to know
don't
what
believe
it
the
meant.
hieroglyphs ever been deciphered.
Yeah, that's what he said. And I agree
That's
with
what
him.
he
The reason
said.
why
You
I
believe
agree
him.
with the
I got
reason why I agree with him is because if I scribble something on a paper right now, can you tell me what it means? I'm the only one would know what it means, right? What it mean if I make
that's kind of just one scribble is unfair. That's
no,
just
I
like
can
saying
scribble
I
a
found a
whole
stone
sentence.
tablet
I
and it
can
had one
scribble a
scribble
whole.
on it. Will I
I
be
can
able to
scribble a
decipher it?
whole different thing. I could scribble a whole. I have them on the show next week, but
No, I
I
mean
can,
you have to
I can scribble a
actually
whole
make them mean
sentence. I
something
can
though.
make up a whole nother language and scribble it out a certain way. You would
Okay.
not. I would be the only one that would know what it means.
All right. I'll tell you what this then.
He does not feel it
This
like.
then.
Well, I
Let,
think
let,
the
let me
biggest
respond to that.
I
Let
don't
me, let
want
me
to skip the
respond to
subject.
that.
biggest
I'm
Right
glad
like,
now.
you raised that. I'm
That's
glad you
I don't
raised
want to go into something on Dr. Walter Williams. I'm
yeah,
just
I guess I'm trying to move it away from that because he was asking that question about
No, I just want to
his
respond
last
to her real
question.
quick though.
I want to get back to his question, what he was saying about what was your question that she was asking? Can you land your plane real quick? Just ask the question
he
again.
wasn't asking one. He was
Yeah, he did. He did. He asked a
Well, the
question.
first question was why is there so
A
much?
question.
The first one was why is there so much
Oh,
division,
That's
and
the
the
only.
second one was
That's the only.
did all the
huh?
humans were seeded in
Did
these
all
different
the
continents at
humans
the
were
same
seeded in
time,
these
or
different
was it a
continents
single
at the
source?
same time, or was it a single source?
There's an echo.
Nobody knows the answer to that question.
can I,
Somebody
Who's
you
echoing?
up.
Somebody as far as
Click the YouTube off.
click the
Just
YouTube off. Just
I don't know why it's doing that.
You talking to me, Sister Freedom?
No. I'm saying somebody might have their YouTube still open. That's why it's echoing, like repeating itself twice. Y'all didn't hear that?
Yeah, I did hear that echo for a moment.
Okay.
But in regards to your
It
question,
might be me then. Hold on.
No, but I kind of answered my question. I said I found more evidence to support it was the original source was Africa. And so many years ago, they moved away, and all the people got a little bit different.
A little bit.
But I just want to answer her because she attacked the Kemet and it said it didn't exist. Well, listen, real quick, 30 seconds.
I didn't attack anything, but let's stay off of that. That's when Dr. Walter Williams come on. You can come on and talk to him about that. Let's just stick right here with this because I don't want to. Because we're only going to do this for another like a half an hour or so. Cause
not even.
Okay, because I just started taking my clothes off.
Yeah,
y'all
it's
know
on at 1 in the morning, and Zinnah ain't really proved nothing. So, we've been talking for a minute about and Zinnah.
I can go ahead and read all my sources if you guys want me to.
We're gonna do a number two.
I got a list of sources here to reference. I don't speak out of my head. Everything I talk about, I make sure I've at least reviewed. I don't talk based on opinions. So I can
But you didn't show anything. All you did was share your opinion, Zinnah. You showed nothing, nothing, not a thing. All you did was talk.
I gave you a source. I mentioned the transatlantic slave trade.
Hey, is it better now? Are y'all still hearing the echo?
You're clear. You're clear.
That was a source that I mentioned, the transatlantic slave trade. I can give you the website.
Brother
Hayru,
books. For the Africans that came over there, what part of Africa did they leave from, and how did they get over here, or like what route did they take?
Well, one thing I can say is I got an argument with a dude about this, and I said, you know what, the Columbus diaries mentioned the reason why they started sailing to the Americas is they found New Guinea canoes over there, and that's what made them curious. He was like, "Oh, pull up the diary." So I went, pulled it up for him. Boom, boom, here, look at him. Now, whether you believe it or not, that's a whole nother story. But it goes back to what she said. We've been trading, and all these trade ports in Africa proves that they might have found some boats of African descent over there and made them know, oh, it's new land. Let's go. To them, it was new land.
Right. So when the Africans left,
but to answer your question a little deeper, when I did my research in my map, one of the map guys said when he got into Niger, Negro land, former, not today's Niger and Nigeria, he said he found white people living amongst them, or at least a different type of white people from a blacks. And that was in his little comments of when he was shocked when he got there. He said, "Man, some white people living here."
And what year is this? Approximately
15. Hold on, I'm gonna give you the real year.
If you ain't hardly see no Africans, Haru, and I know I didn't. Do you know the people before you seen even less? If you ain't hardly see none, and I didn't hardly see none, right? And I'm probably older than you. What I'm trying to say is, do you know the people before me even seen less? And them people before them even seen less? I think people need to think about what they say and what really has happened in their reality.
What do you mean when you say that?
When I say that, as to say is, I asked you how many Africans when you was young did you see? Because you can definitely distinguish them from Americans.
Yeah.
You know how they said that. So what do you think? So what I'm saying is your parents and their parents and their parents seen less. Because we didn't hardly see none in the 70s, in the 60s.
That's because the colonialism, they ruled the seas. They cut all the transport.
No, don't skip the subject. Please don't skip the subject of what I'm saying about no ruling
the subject.
seas.
That's
no,
why
we're
we
not
ain't
talking about
seen
no
as many
ruling
as
no
you think.
seas. We're not talking about ruling no seas because if they ruled the seas, you'd have seen more.
No, I said the colonials.
Okay, what I'm trying to say to you is if you didn't hardly see none, and I didn't hardly see none, and I'm from Atlantic City, I'm from Jersey. I didn't hardly see none. You said your family from Florida and you ain't hardly seen nothing. My family from King William County, Virginia. Ain't nobody never told me they seen none. So what I'm saying to you is the people before you even seen less. And the
I
ones
don't
before
disagree
them, do
with
you
you
see
though.
the
So I'm trying to
wait
figure
a
out what the
minute.
point you're making.
The point I'm trying to make is what you only seeing them now. You wasn't seeing them, and your parents and their parents wasn't seeing them. But if so many came over, and it was so many, what the?
I don't disagree
Where's
with that.
that?
I just told you thousands of years ago we came to America and been set up shop.
Uh-uh.
Oh, so you think we
Give me
originally started
the
right here in America?
specific.
Is
Yes,
that what
bro.
you're saying?
That's what I've been trying to tell them for the past few
So let
hours.
me ask you one quick question.
Hey,
Do
can I
you
say something when he
believe
finished?
the earth was the same position as it's been since whenever the first beginning of humans, like of North America, Central America, South America, still in that same longitude, latitude, Africa, all that, still in the same position. It didn't move, no tectonic plate, no shifting of the continents, just in that same position, and humans started in America.
Humans started everywhere, brother.
I believe that. We the sun people. But I'm asking her that question, what she believes.
Oh, okay, okay. Should I take it?
Can I say?
If
Can I
she
say
might be
something?
away.
Swore to see to explain to him because Anton not on. So I was trying to get swore to elaborate a little bit on what I was trying to explain to him because he done went into the water and all this here kind of stuff and thousands of years. That old undone man theory. We're not talking about that.
Undone man
Yeah,
theory.
The brother,
That's
Please
what
don't
it is.
test me to nonsense. That's all.
the brother with
nah,
the Indian,
that's just her way of saying a white man. They, try to be respectful.
I ain't got that same
the
theory.
brother with the Indian background. He mentioned that there's a pyramid that been around for more than 80,000 years. I don't know why he think that I was trying to compare the history of slavery that I went back into
Zena, why you tattletelling, man? Why you tattletelling?
compared to the pyramids.
Why you tattletelling,
They are
Zena?
history that can trace Africans back for thousands of years, bro. So the
Okay, what
pyramid,
history is this? Look, you got the sources right there in front of you. Let's do it before the ladies get tired. Come on, let's pull it up. Read
Because
it. Oh,
we
you can read
tired.
it.
okay. When you read a book, let me see what I can give you here.
You can give me the book. I'll read it. I read everything everybody put out here.
Okay, Stolen Legacy. That's one of the books you need to look into.
Can you
Stolen
can you
Legacy.
can you
When
put the
you
link in the back? I'll read it to you, and then I'll read it,
yes,
and then I'll report back to you the next time you're on here.
I think the Americans need to
just
write a
Google it. Once you post Stolen
book.
Legacy, it will provide you a summary of African
Zena,
history
man, you
in
making
detail.
this too hard, man. Brother Hebrew can't. Respectfully,
I,
is it?
I'm
Let me make sure I say your name right. Heru, brother Heru came in here. He dropped the link in the back. Come on, man. We can't. Like, let's help each other out, man. Drop the link so that way I can read it, and then I get back to you.
it's a
Dots, can
book
you share it real quick because we only
called
got a few more
Stolen
minutes left.
Legacy. You can just download the PDF.
Oh, we already know about the
I had the
stolen
book on my
legacy.
phone.
But everybody has a
The
stolen
stolen.
legacy where the undone is involved. Everyone,
Yeah, I do accept that. But
not just America.
I'm being
I mean,
specific to
excuse
my
me,
root
not
now.
just Africa. Excuse me.
I'm being specific.
America has a big stolen legacy. We need to write our own stolen legacy. Get
if
the
if
heck
if,
out
if we go with our narratives, when I say, "Oh, my people told me this," then somebody say, "Hey, my family told me this," then what will be the essence of the discussion? Everybody history is unique to them. The brother asked if I could provide history that can go back thousands of years. When you read Stolen Legacy, it give you more information that predates
They only
the coming
writing
of
about something
Alexander the Great
somebody else
into Egypt.
told them.
It provides
They
more
only writing
details
about
into that.
something somebody else told them. And I'm just trying
So
to
what?
tell you, people looking at the color of your skin to try to, because see, since the European they came over here and put that old crap in our heads, it's making us think we're lost and we're not because they're trying to steal this land from us. And this is it because I'm getting sleepy now. My words gonna start coming out jigga jiggy.
So
What
what
I'm
are
trying
we?
to you
What?
is The European that came over here trying to steal all these lands over here and trying to tell us that we're not from here, like it's their stuff.
So
So they
if I may
trying to
ask,
tell us because we don't know.
I agree with you.
what are we going to believe then? If we just take
No,
history from,
you believe what you want to. You believe that you know where you from.
if you say that, that disregard every other history. If you say that this guy read this, he's a European, the other guy read this, he's African, what are we going to base our history on then? Because the book I'm giving you,
it was on our own lives over here. We had enough people die for us over here. We don't need y'all's history too.
based on the past. I'm giving a book written by a black brother who spent
But
majority
Mr.
of his life in Egypt digging out our history, putting it in a book for us to learn.
Mr.
And
African,
now,
let me ask you a quick question. Let's just say your theory, the motherland, Africa, and black people came over here, America, 5,000 years ago, made them some cities, and they were like, all right, we're going to stay over here. So 5,000 years to the future, or 200 years ago, these undone people comes to take the land. Should we just give it to them?
it depends on the intention.
It depends. Oh, Lord.
Let me qualify. Hold on. Let me qualify my statement.
It depends.
But see, that's also
Hold
it
on,
also shows you the difference in mindset. So not only because not only is there a difference in culture, right? Quote unquote, right? So not only is there a difference with American culture and everything that we do, we already proven that, right? Even in our thinking is different, right? Because truthfully, that is an African mindset. I've said this before, where it just seems like it's not a problem to give up their resources, give up their land, give up their woman. They give it to the highest bidder. Versus the mindset, versus the mindset of the American, right? If we go with your original premise, because you originally came out and you said that it was the slave trade, right? And that is proof that it's through the slave trade, and this is how we came to be. That Africans were sold, left the continent, came to the Americas, and it birthed me, you, Sword, everybody on this panel. That was your original premise, right? That was your original premise. You're now moving away from that, and now you're capitulating, and you're saying, okay, yeah, I agree. There were people here even before then, right? So now you're changing that just a little bit. You're changing it.
The people that lived here before then, they predate slavery. I mentioned that earlier.
Oh, okay. So we're getting somewhere. It
appears that people just not getting some of the things I'm trying to put forth. People have lived there for hundreds of years.
But he asked you, what would you do? Would you give up your land? And you said it depends on. Your answer was it depends on the person's mindset, or it depends on people, right?
I'm trying to qualify that statement. People go to Africa. They got land in Africa because they go with a decent motive. What happened in America here if you study American history? What happened to the Indians?
They fought back. That's what happened. Hold on. That's a great question. What happened? Excuse me. That's a great question. What happened? What happened to those people? You know what happened? Because even the narrative, the slave narrative, will tell you that they had to. The reason why they even started bringing Africans over was to repopulate, right, the indigenous people that was already here. And the reason why they had to repopulate the indigenous people that was already here is because they wasn't having it. That's why. They wasn't having it. They wasn't giving up their land. They was fighting back. They were considered too wild. That's where that term wild Indian come from.
That's not my point. My point is
even the story, even the slave trade, all right, pretty much confirms that. Right? It says the reason why Africans were brought over was to repopulate the labor force or the population that was already here, right? When colonizers came.
Do you believe that?
Of course, it wasn't having it.
Oh, okay. Now you believe that.
There was trade going on. But my point is that there was trade happening even before that.
Okay, now you believe Africans came here. Okay, let me clarify the Indians issue that I raised up. When the Europeans first met the Indians gave them land. The Indians welcomed them because the Indians, they didn't know that they had ulterior motives. That's That's the direction from which I'm trying to make my point. When Europeans go to Africa,
That is a movie, honey.
we
No.
give them.
That is a straight up
Oh,
movie.
Hey,
oh,
can I say something else, sis?
oh. So
Can I
everything's
say
just
something
it's just
else?
a fairy tale now. Nothing ever happened in real life.
Um, it's a reason why this is going on because it's like I said before. This it's not for us. This for all the people that's listening, so they can we can finally put this in the grave.
But wait,
Um,
Ronald, can I
I
ask you a
Y'all don't
question,
believe in
Ronald?
any form of history
Real
at all.
fast. Wait, Zenab. Do you remember the marches when Martin Luther King and all the marches that we done had, the revolution fights and everything that we done had through Jim Crow and everything? Do you remember any Africans standing up and being in those marches and stuff that was significant?
Good
says
question.
check this out. Malcolm X is the one that put those African nations together and gave them everything they got right now and the respect they got. So how they gonna keep on talking about what they did and all this? Yo, we put their stuff together for them.
Why you think
Okay.
Malcolm X
So
did that?
that process need to really get put to bed. You know
Okay,
what I mean?
why
Put in
do
the
you
grave,
think?
like
Why do you
done,
think
like
Malcolm
it's
X
over.
did that? Why do you
Because he
think
was helping
Malcolm
y'all
X?
out. We all big brother. That's why we did it,
He did that because he had common sense to know that
bro.
Africans are
We
less
all
than.
big brother. And I'm telling you
No,
something else. That
that's not
Let me
why.
repeat.
Malcolm.
Malcolm X did that primarily because he
Oh
knew
my
his roots.
God.
He had
No,
common
that's
sense
not
to
why.
know
He
that
went over there
Africans are his ancestors. Like Dr. Clark did. Like
he
Dr.
was
Baird.
Muslim and he went over to the Kaaba
Like Dr. Williams. Walter Williams.
and
Like
nothing to
Jabari
do with nobody's
Osazi.
African.
Those Africans that
Bro, the last
teach
thing that
that.
Malcolm X did was when he changed his name to Sharik Al Bay. I mean Baz and all that. Like the last thing he was doing was what that
That's
study group that I'm a part of was doing was putting us back, giving us back our matriarchal government. That's one of the last things that he was doing before he got killed. Yeah, I
You
mean,
got
like, and I want to tell the brother that was from that said he was a Kemet brother or whatever, some of the stuff he was saying. When I was at the that political unity conference that Abdullah threw, right, I met a holistic doctor up there, Dr. Burrell M. Marcus, right? And he brought something back to my memory that I hadn't heard for a long time about a Mexium. You can pull up the map right now on Mexium, because the Mexium is North America, South America, and Africa. So that's like the common link, but far as the seas go, everybody know that the Moors had control over the seas. That's something else I learned in the group. I already knew it anyway, but I'm just saying, far as us having ruling over the seas, and don't get me twisted when I say Moors, I'm just talking about us, what I mean, brothers and sisters. I don't want that argument to start about we Indians or Moors or indigenous, aboriginal. Either way, we talking about bloodlines of people from America, and we had it on lock with the seas and everything else. So the white man coming over here on ships is nonsense. They got brought over here on ships as slaves. There's no way they had control over those seas, over the seas, bringing anybody over here on those ships. Yeah, I mean, and yo, that's the most ridiculous CIA Hollywood nonsense Alex Haley stole from somebody else that made a book called The African.
I
Yeah, I
know
mean,
Sister Freedom
Michael
do
Blackwood. Yeah, I mean, we're not getting jiggy with it tonight, bro.
I know
Yeah,
Sister
I
Maybe
mean,
Freedom
he's
do
trying to say
remember.
something to me, but Shabazz is not African. I have it right here.
I know Sister Freedom
oh, I
do
mean, I know he changed his name, but I know that
I know
at
I
the
was
end of the
talking
day,
to Zaynab.
oh,
I'm sorry.
I know Sister
yeah,
Freedom
okay,
do
my bad.
remember a
Bro,
couple of days ago
we're not
that
getting jiggy with it, bro. We're not
bro,
getting jiggy
bro,
with it tonight, bro.
you would
Ronald,
hold on. You would do yourself
All
a
right,
favor
all right, all right.
to go
we
study a
correct
little bit more because I just think you're just talking based on emotion. If I'll be honest, you are not providing no real historical context. So if I were you, I would just listen and learn a
What
little bit instead of
context
interrupting.
is you providing, bro?
But
You
let me.
talking about a fictional story that the CIA came up with that they've been pushing on our people for like the last 30 years. That's not, what I mean? They stole that story from somebody else. Alex Haley didn't even write it his damn self.
Bro, the more
All
you
that
talk, the
stuff
more
is,
you tell me why you have
nonsense.
not read.
And
The,
bro,
the more you
what
talk,
are
the
you
more you
talking
tell
about?
me why you have not read. Let me make a point real quick. Sister Freedom do remember a couple of days ago, maybe sometime last week, Dr. Walter Williams was explaining the name black and the what's the guys called the Moors. She was on platform that day. He also explained how they came from Africa to Europe and to the Americas. I think
you
sometimes
talking about the Moors.
yes, the black you do remember that. I
I
think
just don't know
sometimes
why we talking about the Moors, but okay.
I want to provide a little bit more broader context of what our ancestors are doing. We do a disservice to our ancestors who put the rest of their their life and their careers on the line to bridge the gap between blacks and Africans. Then we hear with zero knowledge as per what the guys have been through and trying to disqualify what they have given to us. That's a disservice to all of our ancestors.
What are you trying to say that the Africans gave to us, but they keep coming over here needing? But what are we getting from there?
I just told you that Africans come here because of economical reasons. And I outlined some of those in the basic examples that I gave.
Said that you said the Africans been giving us stuff. I'm trying to figure out what.
Africans been giving what?
What did African give us, Americans? Black Americans, if that's what you want to say, because that's what y'all call us. So
I don't think there's anything specific.
Me either.
I don't know anything specific that African handed down to black.
Right, but y'all keep needing yes. Y'all supposed to be the motherland. I keep telling you this over and over. We got that straight last. Everybody got their own mother then. We got our own gods and we got our own mama. Okay.
We also have to understand that the reason why African comes to the US or travel to other countries is because of the exploitation by these countries that Africans try to go to. They go up there, take our resources and bring it to their country. Exploitation. So when we come here, we come in return to at least get some of that back. I said that like 500 times already. So the question
wait a minute, are you saying because the other countries still from Africa and others, so y'all feel so it's right that y'all come to these countries and use them up? In other words, that's what you're saying. And really and truly, it's your own country. That's because I've talked to many Africans say that your own country treats you bad. Your own country don't take care of you. It ain't got nothing to do with no American or nothing. It's your own country that treats their people bad. But we know that they treat their people bad anyway.
I think you are living in denial, even though there are vivid history everywhere. You know about the colonizers in Africa.
But now I know that the information is spreading all over. This is the age of information. So even if we was and Pisces was the age of confusion. Now we're going into the age. Wait a minute. Now we're going into the age of information that all over YouTube, all over it is telling you that Americans are from this land, that the Indian American, the true Indian tribes is from this land.
Okay, now you want to shift the discussion.
It's just a fact. I don't even know why we got to believe in the undone man's theory of everybody coming from Africa, but yet Africa needing everybody else. It's crazy.
Sister Freedom, can you still not see the evidence? I just told you that Liberia, with all the resources they have, 90% of the robot from Liberia come to the U.S. in North Carolina. I'm giving you information
right.
that you cannot
Liberia was set up as an American colony. We know that.
Yes, so that applies to other countries that were colonized by whosoever colonized them. Go to Africa.
Well, we're going to give you the opportunity to come back on number 2 to bring your sources and prove it, because I don't know that. I'm just going by what you're saying. I also know that Nigeria have oil, but they don't help their own people with it. But I'm just saying so. And I think the people in Nigeria came from America too, to be honest with you. But because America named that part too, Nigeria. So that's Zinnah. What we're going to do is have a part 2. If you don't mind, you can get your sources ready, and we can put your sources up. Still ain't gonna make no difference because we are aware of the mind trick, the mind effery. We are aware of it, so we already know how to.
You are just confessing
because we open now. We woke.
So you're making a clear confession of living in denial, even if I present all the sources. I got a university.
Wait a minute. Why do we need to live in denial though? Why?
Because you said that. You said that even if I present sources, you already know that you got to.
Hey, you know what, Sister Freedom? I'm living in denial. I want him to wake me up. So Zinnah, the next time I'm just I'm lost, brother. So the next time I need you to bring me home, man. So bring the sources. Because I'm lost in the mud right now. I just need to bring me home.
And real quick, I do not expect the 2 or 3 hour discussion to fill you in of more than 100 years of lapses in your own history. 3 hour discussion can do that.
Okay.
like it's not even a real detailed information, just like a touch, the surface.
No,
But
no, brother.
we
Listen,
are
brother.
lacking history that go back.
You said that you study history extensively. That's the word that you use, extensively. So, in a 3-hour conversation, you should be able to bring me home if you got time to prepare and bring your sources and teach the people. So, you should at least get one of us, me, because I'm lost right now and I need you to bring me home. All right.
So number two,
Thank you for
seen
it.
that number two, we're gonna do another day because one of my eyes is already glued shut. Now
Okay,
y'all
so
know I can start taking my clothes off, and I got my robe on now, my bonnets get ready to come on my head.
Woo.
I'm gonna get you,
so
Sword. I'm gonna get you. I'm just trying to say,
we can go ahead and start closing out, you guys.
yes, Zeynep, you want to make a final remark? Everybody can, if they want to make a final anything final. Not you, Ronald, because I know you're gonna go in on them.
I would prefer everybody make their final
Y'all
remark
the
and I
best,
close.
please.
I
I
would
I'm
think
prefer
sparing
it
my
if we.
mind. Y'all the best.
Ronald gonna say what he say. What you been saying all night, Ronald? I can't
You
trying to
can't
think of
continue with this shit.
get it dead. This could get with it. Nene, you want anything to say? Nene?
Nene is knocked out.
Okay. Somebody said, where is the after party at?
Well, thank you, Zinnah.
Can I? You want me to close out?
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
sir,
In
please.
in in summary, my primary goal here was to at least provide a better context of Africans coming to the Americas doing slavery and going back to Africa after slavery. And the transatlantic slave speaks volume. And I also mentioned the passage, the middle passage. The middle passage, it did details more of the inhumane treatment that our ancestors went through during the travels. The middle passage did that. And there's a book on it by, I think, one Marcus. But I'll provide a little bit more history in the next discussion. And also, the idea that we didn't come from Africa, we came from Americas, that idea would be a valid point if we could prove that that's where we originated from. But that there's not enough information to prove that. Even though it makes sense to think that people may have been created on this side, because I don't think the water in the fish in the water in Liberia jumped from that water in Liberia that has no connection to another water in Europe with the same type of fish. So if that makes sense that things were into places, I think Sex of Freedom can better explain that. If things were into places by nature, it would make a better sense to conclude that people may have been on the side, may have been created here. But the facts remain that we can trace the origin of mankind back from Africa. Regardless of how much deny you want to let in, you are doing a disservice to our ancestors, Dr. Clark, Dr. Ben, who have put their life on the line to bridge the gap, to teach us our history. You are doing a disservice to them. I think when they see us doing that, they kind of regret putting their life on the line to dig out our history. When they know, when just to find out that there will be the same black people sitting on a panel denying all the work that they have brought forth. That's being very disingenuous. Your conscience will haunt you if you choose to just stay on that route and not dig into your history. That's my conclusion.
Bro, you are doing a disservice with your life.
But if I were y'all, just go study a little bit. I would do that, to be honest.
I mean, why would you think that if we really, I mean, what reason would we have to deny Africa if that was the case?
Freedom, don't do it. Don't do it.
Okay, I
We're
won't.
going to keep on going in circles.
I won't. But okay.
Do anybody else want to close out before I say anything?
I didn't get to say nothing because you didn't.
I know. I'm asking to get. I know, Freedom.
Yeah,
You
I
can go
just say
mad.
one
Let
thing
them
real
drop down
quick.
first.
Go
I'll say
ahead,
one
baby
thing
girl.
real
Say
quick.
what you gotta say, Dotsy Dots.
I used to fight with my Muslim brothers and Hebrew brothers about commit. And I told them, I said, what if we threw all the books away? Because they all tainted. Then what we'll have? And I went down a path. And when I found that the science is in alignment with what the creation story Kemet tells me, that's what made me stone cold stick with Kemet. You know what I mean? So we gotta have something. He said, what are you gonna believe in? What are you gonna, everybody wants something to believe in. Cause there's a strange amount of atheists now popping up all of a sudden. So please don't let this finding out of these lies that we've been told just disrupt us totally. That's all I can say.
Thank you, Harold. You can drop down. You can drop down for us, please.
Yeah, peace and love to everybody. Appreciate you, Zinnah, for coming out and representing. I know you probably gonna need some Neosporin, some ice packs, some Epsom salt, and all that stuff.
Welling down.
Yeah, we might have to pay for you to get a massage or something because you took an ass whooping today, boy. So but yeah, so I got the Stolen Legacy. Any other recommendations that I need to read? Because I want to be prepared and I want to come with my questions next time because you're gonna be the teacher and I'm gonna be the student and I'm gonna be looking forward to it. So, but appreciate you pulling up. Thanks, ladies, for hosting. You always run a great show. Y'all my favorite channel. And peace and love. And I'll see y'all next time.
Well, I just wanted to say that open to knowledge said the after party over on his channel.
Hey,
OTK.
OTK, I put you out there.
Party at OTK.
Yes, yes. And shout out to y'all in the chat. Shout out to our family. You know, we adore you guys. You know, I want to say I want to just end with this, and I've said this before. You know, and I'm gonna say it again. You know that I was raised on that there's 3 types of quote unquote Black people, right? You got those that are brilliant, basic, and brain dead. Okay, 3 types: brilliant, basic, and brain dead. When you're brilliant, you ask questions and you update the mental software. You understand that people will usually teach or parrot or say the information that's available at the time, right? Like when you mentioned Dr. Ben and others, right? Mm-hmm. They did their work, right? They were pushing a national agenda. They was trying to create a national identity, okay? And you also got to take into consideration the time, the generation that they grew up in, which is very different than now, because now we can update our mental software. Now we have more information. Now we have a way to connect more freely, right? Than let's say 50 years ago. But when you want to stay brilliant, you ask questions and you understand that the job of the elder is to teach, but the job of the youth, right, is to take that and update it, add to it, edit it, take out the parts that no longer make sense, and keep it moving. You're not supposed to stay stuck in 1960, in 1940, in 1920, in 1890. You're supposed to update the software because more information is out. That's how you stay brilliant, right? When you are basic, that's the second group. When you are basic, you accept the status quo. You accept what is written, let's say, in secondary sources like books that were written 50 years ago, 70 years ago. Maybe you parrot the information that was taught 30 years ago, right? That's when you stay basic. You just accept the status quo. You're going along to get along, right? You tapped in. But the step beneath basic is when you become brain dead, which is the majority of people. And when you brain dead, it's like you become the Walking Dead. You know that show? You become sheeple. And so you're not just accepting the status quo, but now you're just going to follow the rules. And whatever the majority says, you're going to go with it because that's what quote unquote they say. Not what I say, not what, let's say, my mom said, but what they said. That's when you become brain dead. And so I just say I appreciate these conversations, right? Because they do need to be had. It's entertaining, right? I gave you props in the beginning, Zinnah, and I said, you know, I respect your courage because it's not easy, right? Especially if you're coming up here and you are promoting or how you think may not be, you know, you're the underdog in a situation. So salute to you for having that courage. But I say to you again, right? Because this conversation really is serious, right? Because we're talking about people's family history. And it's not that it's divisive, it's just that it's real serious. It's just that like people are not playing anymore, right? And people also are not going to continue to accept the status quo of what's been taught in a history book, right? People are not going for that anymore because they're trying to stay in the brilliant sphere. They no longer want to be basic and brain dead. And when you are, when an outsider is trying to tell you who you are, of course it's going to get real serious real fast because that has always been the case, right? History has shown that. We have not been at liberty and self-identifying. That has always been done by someone else. So it's not so much of division. It's definitely not self-hate. It's just, again, there's more information that's out. This is, like Freedom said, the information age, okay? And people just ain't trying to hear the nonsense anymore. So just remember that there's 3 types of Black people now. Brilliant, basic, and brain dead. So when you come on Unscrambled Mind, we ask these questions, we're unpacking, but please, Zinnah, the next time you come on, have sources. This is why I suggested that to you on the phone. Have sources. That way the conversation doesn't stay circular, right? And we can get a better idea and you can actually say no. And in that way, it's not about you. It becomes about refuting the source, refuting the information. But thank you for coming on. It was entertaining to say the least.
Okay. Oh, Lord. What I'm trying to say is that Zinnah, you there? Oh.
Yes, I'm here.
I just wanted to say, I hope you have a good night. And that came from America, too, that word good night. I'm just teasing you. No, I'm just saying. And you don't have a problem, though. Let me ask you something. Since you said that we're in denial and all this here, I'm just making it clear. You don't have a problem if it's the other way around, right?
No, I do not. I'm very open-minded.
Mm-hmm. You are? It don't sound like it.
I'm very
What
open-minded.
I'm trying to say is, yeah, if your family actually came, because you're from Liberia, came from America, then you have to say that you are American. Since you saying you're a descendant of America.
Even my what am I even trying to say? I just lose my train of thought.
All right. I'm gonna drop down.
Okay, good night.
You asked another question. So I'm just gonna drop down. Okay. Good night, y'all. It's been real. I'm just gonna drop down. It's been real. Good night. I'll see y'all another time. Okay.
Good night.
Good night, sis.
Peace.
Zinnah, you don't have a problem with that, right?
No, I do not have no problem. I used to be a Christian. I used to preach that Bible. I'm somebody who adapts. As I learn, I adjust my thought process because I like to go off proof. What's out there that I can validate. I used to preach the Bible. When I learned that it was one of the main things that enslaved my people, guess what? I dropped that nonsense. Only people who do not know that history get stuck in perception. I'm more into not believe, but knowing what I can prove.
Okay.
I'm very flexible.
And so you know it is a fact that the people from America was paid to go into Liberia and start colonization over there, right? So in all reality, you are a descendant of America because those people was here. If this is what you're trying to say, that the people came from Liberia and they were just going back home, which is crazy because they've been here for hundreds of years and the word Africa didn't even exist at that time. So what I'm trying to say to you is, so you make sure that when you from now on, you talk, you say, I'm a descendant of America and explain why. I'm just trying to be smart. I'm not trying to be smart. I'm trying to be smart because that's what the fact is. Just saying.
Oh man, I'm so glad I'm off tomorrow and I was off today, so I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot about what you guys do not know. That's why I'm really enjoying this because
all you going by is what somebody else told you. You don't have no real information. You just going by that going along, get along. You basic.
I'm going by credible
you
sources.
Go along, get along person. Nene, you got something to say before we get off? I guess not. She done went back to the Sandman.
Ronald.
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 Let Ronald.
Yeah, good morning. Bro, the next time we see you, bro, if you have any facts, then try to bring them so
Oh, you
we
want me?
can really get jiggy with this shit.
I can give you at least 10 articles right now, 10 books right now.
No.
I got these things on my
I
computer right
don't
here.
think you read 10 books in your life.
Oh
I
Well,
doubt
Lord.
it.
what we're gonna do is when you have your
Oh,
Zinnah too, you're gonna bring
dude,
the books and your sources, okay?
dude, on African history, I read more than 200 books. On personal growth, I read more than 1,500 books. I'm gonna talk about what I read, bro. Because the more you talk, the more you prove to me that you have not read anything. So that's not go that when it comes to reading. You can't even name good 10 books that you have read. I don't know if you have even read a book. But anyway, that disregard that.
I have an entire library.
Bro,
Entire library. But
I'm
it
talking
comes
about the Indian brother up there. If I were him, I would just listen instead of talking. Because when you listen, you learn
Indian,
so you can know what you
bro,
have not learned.
I said, yes, my name is an
TK.
Indian, it's a black tea, black orange tea. But and if you want to talk about reading, bro, I do a lot of writing. I got something called the same color as God. That's on my homeboy. His name Know You're Black, and this like a whole he got like a whole single it's ready to be out on the internet. We ain't got time right now. Maybe next time I'll give you about 17 bars. Yeah, I mean, and straighten your disposition up. But that's all I gotta say, sis. If y'all going over OTK channel, I'm gonna try to start over there too. But as
Also,
for you, my friend,
Well,
get your
Zinnah,
facts straight
okay,
before you come
okay,
back on here again.
okay.
OTK.
Get your facts straight.
Also
We
go
get
read the
jiggy
his.
with it.
Also go read the history of the Bible. Please do that. It
Well,
will help you a lot.
okay, so every time Z, you come on this show, it's I don't know. I don't. I think that you really look at us like we some dummies or we some fools because we don't think how you think. We don't believe how you believe. You could tell in your condescending speech. So I don't know if you feel like, but you know what? It's typical. I really just thought about it. It's typical on how a lot of Africans see us.
Mm-hmm.
So you are who you supposed to be. You're acting just the way that you supposed to be, just the way we see y'all, just the way it all lines up. All I want to tell you is shit, have a good night.
Let me apologize if you think that I'm trying to be condescending. I'm just telling you guys what Dr. Clark has taught me. Dr. Clark said that the more you let people talk, the more you know what they are, the more you know that the more you know what they do not know. Dr. Clark said that. I'm just rephrasing what you said. I'm not being
Bro,
condescending, but if you
Dr.
think
Clark
I
was
am,
damn near an agent. He was
if
damn
you
near an agent. I learned a lot from Dr. Clark, but Dr. Clark was pushing an agenda that we are putting in the graveyard.
so if
Good night. Peace
I
out.
do
Stay
apologize, man.
strong.
I'm not. I just got fired up when I'm talking, but I'm
Everybody
not
get
condescending
quiet.
anyway. I'm
Zinnah,
here to
Zinnah,
learn. We're gonna learn from
please.
each other. So I do apologize if I sound that way.
No, Zinnah, please. We can ready go to bed, babe. My eyes, and I gotta end this. Okay. So y'all going over to OTK's. I think he might start up a channel. I'm not sure, but he's in here, and I know OTK. He will start up some if y'all want to keep going on. But I'm tired. I can't do it.
I'm
If I
gonna go
turn
ahead
this
and hang
light,
with you
if
guys.
I turn the camera on, y'all already know.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and hang out with National Show. Thanks a lot, I learned a lot. I look forward to doing this again so that at least we can explore the lack of knowledge and see if we can fill those vacuums. So I'm gonna go ahead and exit. Thanks a lot.
That's the same thing we saying to you. Exact
Yes,
same
I know,
Right?
thing.
and I'm
I
open to
don't know
that. I'm
why
I'm
he
I,
trying to get
I
shots
humbly
in.
agree to that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm
you
open to
have
that.
been throwing shots all night. You've been getting a little smart. The guys was nice too. You's a good thing, OTK. And you already know Chief Topcats was great going on you. And he got down. So what we gonna do
That-
is wait for your second. Oh, open to knowledge said come over there.
That's what I
So
told you
when
earlier, man. If you want to have the discussion with me, you gotta have thick skin. You can be a crybaby and try to talk to me about my root. You gotta have some real thick skin. But like I said, I'm gonna go ahead and exit before you think I'm here to hold you up too long. But keep that in mind. Have a thick skin. Very thick
these
skin.
keep told you keep slipping little stuff and y'all gotta have thick skin to do and all that. You a baby. What is you
Right.
talking?
Go
Oh,
on somewhere, sit down somewhere.
I
Sometimes put them damn books down sometimes.
know
How about that?
several seats. And pussy, and you know, I wanted to ask him another question, but I'm gonna leave it alone. Why they like that smell? They like to be strong with it. Hey, I mean, you know. Oh no, we ain't off yet. I done said that. Oh, wow. Always running your mouth. Damn. You already told the people they can't sing and stuff. What's wrong with you?
But that's
Okay.
how they look at us, though, for real. That's
Yeah.
just, that's just
But they
that's
still
who they are.
but steady trying to be like us.
That's how they
Steady
look
trying
at
to do
us.
it. Honey, the women got they put their little lashes, the weave on that. They ain't used to be like that. Stop. Stop trying to. They over there making fried chicken, macaroni and cheese, and all that. It don't taste like ours, but they at least they
Uh,
tried. They don't
Flavor
use.
Dragon, just type in "Open to Knowledge" and check out. All y'all just check out his show if you've never
What's up,
been there,
brother?
and make sure you subscribe when you walk in the door.
What you open to knowledge is saying something. I don't know what he's saying. But okay. Open to knowledge. We can't keep our eyes open no longer. We now if you still on, once we get our little nappy nap, and you know how we come in and go, we'll be over there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Y'all have a wonderful, and if y'all want to support, the Cash App is right there. Been sliding through all night. Nobody ain't paid attention to it. But if you want to support, please support the channel, please. So y'all have a wonderful night and sleep well. Don't try to dream about Zinnah, ladies. It might be a nightmare. I'm just saying. Lolita, Lolita, Lolita. But y'all have a good night. Oh, I can barely keep them open, Niche.
Well, look, come on and end it.
Okay, I'm gonna end it. Y'all going over there and mess with OTK. Ebony, hey girl. Ebony knowledge and else. Y'all have a good one. Good night.
Good
Y'all
night,
be
y'all.
careful. Good night. Stay safe.